Good evening, everyone. Please keep in mind that we are currently live on YouTube.
Okay. Now, do you have Yolanda on standby, Julia?
I do, Mayor Ballin.
Okay, good. Okay, thank you. Let's see, do we have a quorum here? I'm looking. We have a quorum? Okay,
Yes, we do.
we're ready to start the meeting. Okay, good. Good evening. I would like to start the successor agency meeting and call it to order. Roll call, please.
Yes, Mayor Ballin.
Present.
Board Member Celeste Rodriguez.
Here.
Board Member Hector A. Pacheco. He is absent. Board Member Cindy Montanez.
Here.
Vice Chair Mary Mendoza.
Present.
Chair Sylvia Ballin.
Present. We have a quorum, and now we're at the approval of the agenda. Is there a motion to approve the agenda? Do I hear a motion?
I make a motion to approve the agenda.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, second by Rodriguez. Roll call, please.
Board Member Celeste Rodriguez.
Here.
Board Member Hector A. Pacheco. I believe he's still absent. Board Member Cindy Montanez.
Aye.
Vice Chair Mary Mendoza.
Yes.
Chair Sylvia Ballin.
Present. Thank you very much.
That would be a yes, Mayor.
That's a yes. Yes, the agenda has been approved. Do we have any public statements for the successor agency?
This evening, we do not for the successor agency.
Okay, thank you very much. And now we're at the consent calendar. Is there a motion to move the consent calendar?
I make a motion.
Is there a second?
I second.
Roll call, please.
Board Member Rodriguez.
Yes.
Board Member Pacheco. He is absent. Board Member Montanez.
Yes.
Vice Chair Mendoza.
Yes.
And Chair Ballin.
Yes. The motion passes, and now we're at agency discussion. Nick Kimball, is there any agency discussion? Can't hear you.
Sorry, none for the successor agency.
Thank you very much. Is there any, well, agency discussion would have been amongst the board members. Do any of the board members have agency discussion?
No, do these agendas usually get posted on the website?
Yes, they do.
I saw city council the special meeting, but I didn't see the successor agency.
Councilmember Montanez, the successor agency, let me see here, should also be posted on there. I could double check with staff.
Yeah,
If I
that'd
may
be great,
interrupt,
just so the
look
public-
at the successor agency tab on the website.
So I see regular meeting and special meeting. Maybe I'm just missing it.
Yeah,
on my
I believe
computer.
the successor agency item is usually lumped together with the regular meeting tab. So when you open the regular meeting tab, I believe you get both the successor agency and the regular meeting. Is that correct,
Yeah.
Mrs. Fritz?
Okay, I just wanted to make sure that there is public notice on this one.
There is correct
Okay.
public notice. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
I guess that takes care of our agency discussion unless anyone else has anything they'd like to add. If not, I close agency discussion, and now staff communication. Is there any staff communication?
No staff communication on the successor agency other than going forward. We will be most likely presenting these as a joint meeting between the successor agency and the city council. That'll should clear up some of the confusion that we just kind of had between the difference between a successor agency and the city council. Will present them as a joint meeting. There'll be very few actions to take over the next year on the successor agency. We really only have one debt that's remaining to be paid, and then the successor agency will most likely be dissolved within the next 2 years. So that's just a staff comment on this going forward.
Thank you very much. So at this moment, I will adjourn this meeting and we will move to the city council meeting. And I have my gavel here. I officially call the San Fernando City Council regular meeting to order. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Celeste Rodriguez,
Here.
Councilmember Hector A. Pacheco. He is currently absent. Councilmember Cindy Montanez,
Here.
Vice Mayor Mary Mendoza,
Present?
and Mayor Sylvia Ballin.
Present. I plan on reading email that Councilmember Pacheco sent to me during the COVID conversation. I think it's very appropriate at that time. Nick, what are your thoughts?
Sure, yeah, that would be, and staff, in Councilmember Pacheco did notify staff that he is ill and won't be attending tonight's meeting.
Yes, he did. Nick or Julia, could you let in the Galindo families so they can be ready?
Absolutely,
Okay,
absolutely.
and then Julia, would you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance, please?
Okay. There we go.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Will everyone please rise? And put your right hand over your heart, please, and follow me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, thank you very much. There are my parents. Yolanda, could you put the speaker on? So we might want to hear from them later on. Thank you. Nope, it's not on yet. Yolanda. Technical difficulties, parents. Yolanda. Oh, look at that. She has to have her 7-year-old grandson do it for her. Come on, Matthew. Turn it on, the volume.
We got it.
Okay, good. Thank you. Okay, just hold on for a few minutes. I have to ask for the approval of the agenda. Is there a motion to approve the agenda?
And don't ruin it because I want to look beautiful. Okay.
Mother, you look beautiful.
I make a
Okay,
motion.
Okay, there's a motion to approve the agenda.
Is there a second?
Is there a second?
I'll second that motion, and if possible, I'd request if the item I posted on the agenda could be moved further up after.
I think I'd rather hold off on that. I think we'll get to your agenda item pretty quick. I believe that we will. So and COVID is so important. I don't want to take a moment away from our COVID conversation
So,
and honoring my parents, of course.
so do we have
So,
another second then, or?
May I have
substitute second?
May I have a roll call, please?
Actually, I don't think we got a second.
Yeah, I
we-
did.
Oh, did we get a substitute? second?
Councilmember Montanez seconded the motion.
Is
Yes.
that- Okay.
I did get the second. Okay, roll call, please.
Yes. Councilmember Rodriguez,
Yes.
Councilmember Pacheco, he is absent. Councilmember Montanez,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Mendoza,
Yes.
and Mayor Ballin.
Yes, thank you very much. We have a quorum, and now we're going to move to presentations, and I'd like to introduce everyone to my parents. This is my dad, Tino Galindo, my mom, Sarah Galindo. In the background is Matthew, my nephew, and my sister, Yolanda. I want to take this moment. Now I feel emotional. I haven't seen my parents since September, and our family gets together at least every other week. And they're living with my sister in Fontana, and they alternate with her and my sister in Pomona. So here I am in San Fernando. I don't get to see them, and my parents have a 73rd wedding anniversary. And we missed celebrating the anniversary because we were honoring Safer at Home. And I I just felt that I wanted to give them this moment. They have never experienced seeing me at a council meeting. And unfortunately, they have to do it on Zoom, not in chamber, but that's okay. I think mom is still proud, right, mother?
Yes, I am very proud.
Oh, thank you. Okay, good. And I had everything written down, but I misplaced the paperwork that how many kids, great grandchildren, etc. And there's the blended family and what have you. But I could say to you, as there's 5 children that I know for sure, 3 girls and 2 boys. And my dad, my beautiful, wonderful dad, is going to be 100 years old in about 2 years and 3 months. And he's healthier than all of us. And my mom's pretty healthy as well. So we're really blessed to have them for all these years. They're great parents. They're wonderful grandparents and great grandparents. So it's just been very, very hard on me. And I just want everyone to know that I am practicing safer at home. And it's so much of a challenge because we're so used to getting together, enjoying each other's company, celebrating together. And this is how I get to see my parents in how many months. It's been months and months and months, and I'm not used to this. I'm used to seeing them regularly. And the city clerk is going to read mother and dad. My dad can't hear as well as my mom, but she's going to read the certificate that I will present to you the day I can see you. So, Julia, would you mind reading the certificate?
Mayor Valen, it is my pleasure. The City of San Fernando to Augustino and Sarah Galindo. The San Fernando City Council wishes to join you and your family in celebrating your 73rd wedding anniversary on June 14th, 2020. Your devotion and commitment to each other and your family is a beacon of inspiration and hope. May you have many more years together filled with love, happiness, and prosperity. From all the members of the City Council, City of San Fernando. And here again is the certificate.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. I'd like to take a minute to talk about my mom. Back in 1968, when I was attending Garfield High School and I left to school that morning along with my sister Yolanda, she said to us, don't forget at 10 o'clock, walk out of school. We have to fight for better education. And so there's my inspiration as far as being very active in the community, active in local government. So, Mom, you're great. What can I say? Wish you were here with me, and I'm jealous that you're with your favorite sister.
Yes.
You know,
Daughter, not sister.
daughter. You know, I'm gonna call you her sister, not her daughter. I'm jealous.
Am I that young?
Yes. But anyway, it's a pleasure to get to see you. And now I have to continue on with the meeting. So Mother, Dad, I miss you. And this is just very hard on me. I just want you to know that. And my family, all my kids miss you. Your grandchildren miss you. And Gary misses you, Mother. You know,
yes.
He's your favorite son-in-law.
I know he is. Yes, I know he is.
Well, he's your only one. That kind of narrows it down. Okay, thank you very much, Yolanda. You could sign us off.
Can I just say something really quick?
Yeah, go ahead, Cindy.
So, Mr. and Mrs. Galindo, I'm Cindy Montañez, and I get to serve on the City Council with your daughter. She has told us many beautiful stories about both of you. Mrs. Galindo, as she just said, you're just one of those really strong, Latina women that was an inspiration to a lot of women. And that beautiful story of you telling your both daughters, get up, and at 10 a.m. you are going to be part of the high school walkouts that are now part of history for Chicanos throughout the country. So that is just, it's really an honor to be able to at least virtually meet you. And may God bless you for many, many more years and give you that strength that you possess as a woman, especially as a Latina mom. And Mr. Galindo, we have heard that you are the sweetest, kindest man from the mayor, that you were just an incredible father to her. And, it's just wonderful to have men like you in this world, and may God bring more people like you to this world. And we are going to celebrate in person your 100th birthday. There's no doubt about it.
That we will do. One thing I've always told people that if they had my father, if the world had my father as their father today, we would know world peace. He is such a good man. He is such a good man. So anyway, I'll see you guys soon. Well, I don't know how soon, but hopefully by June, I'm guessing.
June.
I know, Mother, I know.
Can't go
I
out
guess,
to the
but
virus. Oh,
right now, 1 in 5 people have COVID, Mother. I have to protect you. And that's what I'm doing. My daughter's a nurse. I have got to protect you. And so just keep that in mind. It's not that I don't want to see you. Oh, see, I'm being a daughter now. Okay. Bye, Yolanda. I have to carry on.
bye.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Okay, good work. Okay, Nathan, you can log us out.
Uh,
Give me a-
Nathan gets to zoom us out. Okay, at this point, the city attorney is going to discuss the quorum and order. Richard, you're on mute.
Okay, I will read from the decorum and order section of the agenda. The city council elected by the public must be free to discuss issues confronting the city in an orderly environment. Public members attending the city council meeting shall observe the same rules of order and decorum applicable to the city council under the San Fernando Procedural Manual. Any person making impertinent, derogatory, or slanderous remarks, or who becomes boisterous while addressing the city council or while attending a city council meeting, may be removed from the room if the presiding officer so directs the sergeant of arms, and such person may be barred from further audience before the city council. That concludes the reading, Madam Mayor.
Thank you very much. And at this time, Julia, are there any public statements?
Mayor Ballin and city council members, there are public statements that have been submitted for this evening. I will actually start with there are 3 individuals who would like to speak during this public meeting. So I'm going to give the first person a call. I'm going to mute myself really just for a moment. Please stay on.
Well, I'm going to be glad when we can get back into chambers. That'll be a good day, but I'm not in a big rush. I'd rather we all get vaccinated first.
But it will be good because it's hard for the public to provide
It's very
input.
hard. It's so hard. I know now when we're back in the chamber and the chamber's full of people, I'm like,
Excuse me.
yay.
Excuse
Yes.
me, Mayor Ballin. Yes, I have a caller. Her name is Marcela Rodriguez.
Okay.
And Director of Finance Diego Ibanez will assist in the short translation of the Spanish speaking speaker. And Ms. Rodriguez? Okay, you may begin.
We can't hear her.
Well, just one moment, please. Hold on one second. One moment. Hello, are you there?
Sí.
Okay, please begin now.
Ok. Muy buenas tardes a todos en general, señora alcaldesa, nuevos miembros del concilio de la ciudad de San Fernando. La razón de mi llamada es porque, como ustedes saben, se está construyendo aquí en San Fernando, en donde yo vivo, en el 1001 de la Cleja Boulevard. Y la cuestión es de que hemos recibido mucho bullying por parte de los portovis, nosotros, yo principalmente del señor Fred, de hace tiempo. Hice una junta con el señor Nick y el señor Timothy para decirle lo que estaba pasando. La junta que yo hice con ellos fue el 5 de agosto y ellos quedaron de hablar con ellos porque basados en las reglas, nosotros somos candidatos para reubicación, lo cual ellos han hecho las cosas no como se deben, pero todo menciona a dos personas, dos administradores de ustedes, que es el city manager y el señor Timothy, que ellos le dieron luz verde para que ellos hicieran con su casa lo que ellos quisieran. Lo cual, aquí hay reglas en Estados Unidos para lo de la vivienda. Nosotros quedamos en lo del confinamiento y ellos están construyendo. Ellos, al señor Portovi, Fred, vine y me dijo que me va a cerrar las puertas y yo me tengo que ir el día 31. Yo no puedo irme el día 31 porque yo no tengo el dinero para ir a dar $10,000, que es lo que requieren para que yo pueda rentar algo para mi familia. Nosotros somos candidatos bajo la ley AB 1482, se me hace, de reubicación. Y yo ya estoy molesta porque ellos ya, a las otras personas que vivían allá atrás, que supuestamente yo mandé llamar 5 veces a los inspectores y nunca hicieron nada. Yo le dejé a Timothy el list que yo había hecho, que el señor Portovi nunca respetó, y le di, porque una vez tuvimos nosotros una corte por ellos por un techo que se me cayó, a la compañía Truman Properties LLC, y ellos me llevaron a corte por el señor Bruce, y yo en menos de 3 meses, yo a ellos les di $12,000 a $13,000 por todos los cargos que ellos me habían puesto a mí. No sé de qué, yo nunca hice con ninguno, ni con el señor Portovi, de ninguno de ellos, ni la compañía LLC, ni la compañía Truman Insurance, Truman Propiedades LLC. Yo nunca hice con ninguno de ellos un contrato para que ellos me cobraran ese dinero. Ahora el señor Fred ya me dijo que el día 31 va a venir y me va a cerrar las puertas. Yo no tengo a dónde irme con mi familia. Es frustrante. Ellos ya empezaron a los otros, sí los sacaron. Le sacaron los carros con grúas de las OP, de las que están aquí en Pacoima. Me vinieron y me pusieron en cada carro un letrero que de esos carros los tengo que sacar. Es una injusticia la que se está viviendo. Yo les quiero decir a ustedes que tienen que hacer algo. Ustedes tienen fondos para muchas cosas. También tienen que tener fondos para las organizaciones de las personas. Y fijarse bien a qué administradores ustedes tienen, porque cuando uno les quiere hablar a ellos, nunca están. Pero yo he estado enfrente de ellos, de las personas estas de aquí, y les hablan y abren los teléfonos y todo lo que ellos hablan, todo uno lo oye. Entonces, ellos, el señor del city manager, Nick y Timothy, ellos dijeron que él tenía luz verde para que hiciera con su casa lo que él quisiera. Yo llamé un día a la policía porque él me estaba agrediendo verbalmente y la policía dijo que ellos no podían hacer nada. Llamé a los tiqueteros porque una vez me dieron ticket a mí aquí enfrente y nada más por 10 minutos que me entré y salí, ya tenía el ticket, y ellos vienen, ponen los carros de sus trabajadores. A ellos nadie les dice nada. ¿Y qué me dijo un trabajador a mí? Le dice, no puede parquear ahí, oiga. Dijo, mejor me haga coraje. Ellos tienen controlado al city manager. Así me lo dijo. Y no estoy mintiendo. Yo tengo muchas pruebas. Señor Timothy, yo le enseñé, le dejé papeles de lo que estaba pasando. Les llevé más de 100 fotografías.
Ms. Rodriguez,
Sí.
Director Finance Diego Ibanez, will you
Yes.
please begin your translation?
Yes,
For if you could advise her the 3 minutes is over now.
sure. Can everyone hear me?
Yes.
Well, good evening, Mayor, council members. Basically, there was a lot of information in those public comments, but I think that the gist of the message is that that resident feels that she's unfairly being targeted with certain policies, and she feels that meetings with Director Howe and City Manager Kimball were unsuccessful in reaching some kind of resolution. She's seeking for some sort of financial assistance, and she feels that she's being targeted in terms of what the policies are. She's reaching out to City Hall and is unable to kind of communicate with anyone. And is just kind of feeling that council has some kind of funds available to assist her with any kind of financial assistance or financial troubles that she's currently having. It definitely was a lot of information for me to kind of keep track and translate, but that's pretty much the gist of the message of that public comment.
Okay.
Can we do a better job with that translation? I mean, it sounds to me
I was
that.
just going to say that too.
Yeah.
Julia, going forward, we're going to have to stop the speaker, or maybe you could just interject, Diego, and stop the speaker so you could translate, maybe a couple of sentences in that way, and we can capture everything that you.
I certainly appreciate that, Mayor. I will definitely work on that. Yes.
Okay, I appreciate that. We all do, and I know, and I understand her concerns. But the city doesn't have any monies that we have, like the city of LA, right? The rent. Okay. Next council comment.
Okay.
I just have a question.
Can we
Process-wise,
Can we get back to you after the council comments? Because we're really not supposed to have this discussion until actually after. So next council comment, please.
Public comment. Okay.
Oh,
thank you,
public
Ms.
comment.
Rodriguez.
I said council comment. Yeah.
Thank you, Ms. Rodriguez.
Okay, is everything?
Yes, we're finished. Thank you very much. Bye-bye. It should be noted that I did try to call the first person on the list. Her name is Ms. Patty Lopez, and instead she sent a written correspondence to be read into the record. So I'm moving on to the third caller.
I have a process question.
Yes, go ahead. So
not discussing like the topic that she raised, but just this process of calling people and even right now hanging up with her. How is she informed that someone will be in contact with her to resolve her issues in her language?
Sure. So Tim and I have met with Ms. Rodriguez on multiple occasions. We will definitely circle back with her again, and we can provide a much better translation when Mr. Ibanez has been able to kind of re-listen to the tape, and we'll circulate that to all city council as well as staff's actions.
Yeah, but for all comments, when there needs to be follow-up, is that something we're requesting after all of the public statements are made, Sylvia, or does staff automatically follow up?
It depends what the comments are. Some of the comments aren't asking or aren't necessary for follow-up, but those comments that do require follow-up, staff does follow up with them. With the public speaker, not just them, but the public speaker.
Thank you.
And when
The
follow-up
attorney has something to say as well.
Mm-hmm.
The attorney has raised his hand, sorry.
Oh, okay. So who's going to speak first, Nick or?
I was just going to say, when follow-up is required, staff will inform council with an email after, once follow-up's been completed.
Yes. Richard, did you have something to say?
Just to clarify, I mean, typically during public comment, what you want to avoid is a prolonged back and forth with, and I apologize, that's my dog in the background, back and forth with the speaker. It is okay to ask maybe brief clarifying questions, including simply directing staff to address the person's issue, perhaps sidebar after the meeting. That's wholly appropriate. But to the extent that there are expanded comments, it's usually best to just wait till the end of public comment and then have any closing comments at that point.
Right. Thank you. Are we ready, Julia?
Yes, thank you. I have Miss Christina Bernal on the line. Miss Bernal, you may begin.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, cool. Yes, my name is Christina Bernal, and I'm at 1702 4th Street. And my comment is regarding the Tesla project off of Sila Street, item number 9, I believe. I would have liked to have seen more community input and more outreach to the businesses. Tesla could be a good partner in the business community if we would have had more communication along the way to ensure the right location for all the businesses in town. We need more development in our mall, and given us a parking lot that has potential for a future development opportunity, and then having to pay Tesla to move it, if that happens, doesn't seem like it's a good deal to me. So I ask that the council reconsider the project location, not the project entirely, but to look further into better locations. For example, in front of storefronts or spaced out throughout the city near prime business locations. I mean, after all, this is a city project, not a Tesla project. The vision for our downtown is what is needed in a plan to revitalize the mall, to help the businesses that are there and the future business, for future business opportunities. So we can create a beautiful, shoppable, and walkable space for our community to gather. So that's my comments regarding item 9, the Tesla project. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Bernal. I'm going to go ahead and hang up now. Thank you for your comments.
Thank you, Joyce.
Okay. Bye-bye. All right. Mayor Ballin and City Council members, I have public statements written that have been submitted that I will read into the record now. From Marvin Rolando Perez. Good evening, council members. I'm writing this email as I'm unable to attend the virtual meeting due to prior commitments. My comments is regarding item number 9, discussion regarding the Tesla Supercharger agreement. This item was placed on the agenda by Council Member Cindy Montanez. Recommend that the City Council discuss a Tesla Supercharger agreement, contract number 1960. I have been following updates on the Tesla Supercharger station as this is one of the clean energy put San Fernando on the map projects that San Fernando needs. I'm excited on the idea of having the name Tesla associated with the city. It was a great day when City Council voted unanimously to approve this project, as this is the kind of positive attention that San Fernando needs. I know we have 2 new council members, and I wanted to take the time to let them know how these kinds of projects are what our city needs. Thank you, Marvin Perez, San Fernando resident since 2010. The next public comment is written in Spanish, and the person is Teresa Mendez, and Director Finance Ibanez will be assisting me with that.
Hello again. Can you hear me, please?
Yes.
And this is the public comment. Yo, Teresa Méndez, estoy de acuerdo que sigan con el proyecto de Tesla. La razón es porque es algo que va a ayudar al ambiente, más que yo que sufro de asma, va a ser el aire más limpio. Yo vivo aquí en San Fernando. Mi dirección es 528 Hart Street, San Fernando, California, 91340. That's the end of the comment.
Mr. Ibanez,
You
if you
gotta
could also
translate?
translate it in English as well, please.
I, Teresa Mendez, and agree with the Tesla project. The reason being that it is something that's going to help the environment, as well as I suffer from asthma, and it's going to clean the air. And I live in San Fernando. My address is 528 Hart Street, San Fernando, California, 91340.
Thank you. Next public comment, City Clerk.
Okay, thank you. The next public comment we have is from Jason Hayes. I'm Jason Hayes, a Commissioner for Parks, Wellness, and Recreation for San Fernando, and I live at 701 North Hager Street. I want to take a moment to thank the city for their decision back in early fall 2020 to collaborate with Tesla on the charging stations downtown. I'm only bringing it up now as I was walking through the mall last week and saw 3 Tesla vehicles, a Nissan Leaf, and a Chevrolet Volt in 2 short blocks. 5 electric cars in such a short walk reminded me what a great decision the charging stations are. With the 2030 California law requiring all new car sales to be electric and or hybrid only 9 years away, this collaboration puts our small city ahead of many in the state in thinking about our future. It makes me proud, and it is such a great location too. Anything that helps bring people to our beautiful mall and adds to the shopping in our small businesses is great for San Fernando. Thank you. The next statement I have is from Raymond Herrera. I support the Tesla project. Why is Councilmember Montanez and Zev against the project? A vote was taken by council. It was a 5-0 vote. Stop the steal. The vote stands. And I have another public statement that has been submitted in Spanish. Director Ibanez, did you receive?
I did. I have both the Spanish and the English version, so I can read both.
Great, thank you.
And the public comment begins in Spanish as, Buenas tardes, alcalde y miembros de la ciudad de San Fernando. Les escribo para agradecer a los miembros que votaron para traer este nuevo proyecto de traer Tesla, el cual es muy necesario para los residentes de la ciudad y sobre todo el medio ambiente, el cual es muy necesario de mejorar de todas las maneras posibles. Así que por lo tanto yo y mi familia damos nuestro apoyo total a que se continúe y se implementa para beneficio de todos los dueños de casa, negocios y visitantes. Atentamente, Patti López, honorable asambleísta, Distrito 39, residente y preparatoria, CEL 661-502-7997. And the public comment in English is, good afternoon, Mayor and members of the City of San Fernando. I'm writing to thank the members who voted for bringing this new project of Tesla, which is very necessary for the residents of the city and above all the environment, which is very necessary to improve in all possible ways. So I and my family therefore give our full support to continue and be implemented to the benefit of all homeowners, businesses, and visitors. I'm sorry, it's a double in English, but therefore my family and I give full support for the continuance of this project in favor of the homeowners, businesses, and visitors. Kind regards, Patti Lopez, Honorable Assembly 39th District, resident and owner, cell number 661-502-7997. And that's the end of that public comment.
Thank you very much. Our next public statement is submitted from David Bernal. Good evening, council, staff, and members of the community. Dave Bernal, 702 4th Street. My comments are about the Tesla project on Silla Street. I don't think there was enough engagement with the residents or business owners on this project. Most people I talked to were unaware of its existence, much less how many spaces were going to be taken. Parking is at a premium in San Fernando, especially in the downtown area. When we get past COVID, and at some point we will, businesses will start coming back and we may regret giving up those prime spots to be utilized by only one type of vehicle. There's an electric charging station behind Throwback Junction, and much more often than not, it sits empty. I don't feel as though we got the good end of the bargain with the way the contract was structured. We're chained to these things for 10 years and the city is on the hook for the cost to move it. $240,000, I believe. I also would have liked to have seen some numbers from other cities that have them and see if there was a direct financial benefit to the communities where they exist currently. On Tesla's website, it says there are post-type charging stations that are used in urban areas. Were those even discussed? There's antiquated metered parking throughout San Fernando that could have been utilized for that style, and I feel as though spreading them out with the post-type chargers would give Tesla owners from other areas an opportunity to drive through our town and see everything it has to offer. All I'm asking is to temporarily hold construction until we get more public input. Thank you. Next public speaker is Gustavo Franco. It's regarding Tesla supercharging station at Sella Street. I am a resident and have lived in the beautiful city of San Fernando for the past 45 years. My name is Gustavo Franco, and I live on Sella Street. I would like to voice my support for the Tesla supercharging station project. I believe that it would be a great business venture and benefit for our community and business as well. As our governor recently stated on the news, the plan for California to move forward to electric vehicles is in the near future. I feel San Fernando should be ready to move ahead and with technology. Your attention to my opinion regarding this matter is greatly appreciated. Concerned citizen Gustavo Franco. And a next public statement is from a Cindy Lopez. In regards to agenda item 9, I would like to address my question to Mayor Sylvia Ballin so that I may have the answers on record. On August 3rd, 2020, council members Hector Pacheco, Sylvia Ballin, Mary Mendoza, Robert Gonzalez, and Joel Fajardo unanimously voted to approve the Tesla project being brought to our downtown area. Currently, the previous council's judgment is being questioned by new council member Cindy Montanez. The Tesla contract states the following. 1, if counterparty issues its notice of termination on or after the 6th anniversary of the commencement date, but before the 7th anniversary of the commencement date, counterparty shall pay Tesla the aggregate sum of $240,000. Does this mean that if we stop the current project that has already begun, our city must pay $240,000 to Tesla? Second, the contract states termination for convenience and right to relocate. City has the right to terminate agreement anytime during renewal term years 6 to 10 years for convenience and without cause in accordance with a diminishing buyout schedule. Alternatively, the city has the option to relocate the supercharger station to a similar location in the event the city seeks to repurpose the site. Does the city hold the same right to relocate the site in years 1 through 5 as Councilwoman Montanez is suggesting without a fine or penalty? If so, is there such a site available or have all these options been exhausted in the initial research? Thank you, Cindy Lopez, resident for a better San Fernando. Our next public statement, Nicholas Cardenas. To Mayor Sylvia Ballin, City Manager Nick Kimball, and honorable council members. As of today, January 4th, 2021 at 3 p.m., over 500 community members have signed a petition urging to ensure that the community's voices are heard regarding the decision to allow Tesla to install its superchargers in public parking lot 8. The following is a text of the petition. The city of San Fernando has provided its residents no public notice of the creation of a potentially disruptive Tesla charging station. Even impacted businesses were provided limited notice of the project, which the city has been considering for months. While the COVID-19 pandemic has made public communication and civic engagement more difficult, that is no excuse for providing next to zero public notice of such a major project. We ask that the city of San Fernando delay the planned Tesla charging station for 90 days in order to provide a period of public notice and comment. We also ask that the city consider relocation options within 1,000 feet of the current site. I started this petition and it has been supported by residents, local business owners, property owners, local employees, and visitors of our city. And I ask that you take into account our message. Be well, Nicholas Cardenas. And with his public statement, he did submit the attachment with the signatures or the names of the people who signed the petition. And I believe that was sent earlier with the public statements. Okay, and our next public statement is from Adriana Gomez. Good evening, City Council members. I respectfully ask that the City Council immediately stop the construction of the Tesla charging station and allow the community to be part of the conversation. I am disappointed in the complete lack of regard for residents and small businesses in allowing us to become part of the discussion for the Tesla charging station. As a community, we have been begging the city for revitalization in our downtown. In fact, the city held a meeting on September of 2019 where the community asked for more entertainment, outdoor space, and more eateries. Nowhere in the document produced by Cosmont is the community asking for Tesla charging stations. But if that is the city's idea of revitalization, San Fernando is being underserved by a lack of vision and leadership. Tesla is a recognized brand, yes, and San Fernando was provided an opportunity to create more traffic to businesses. So it begs the question, why not include the business community? No effort was made to include the Spanish-speaking business community, the businesses on McClay, the businesses on Truman, San Fernando Mission, or San Fernando Road. This project and contract benefits Tesla and Tesla only. Who at the city is protecting the community's interest? Signed, Adriana Gomez, resident. And the next public statement, and I believe this is the final public statement we have this evening, is from Kathy Casillas. Good day, I'm a resident of the city of San Fernando, and I'm contacting each of you to request that you pause the Tesla project. I recently became aware of the plans that have been approved by the city without fully engaging the community. I have also reviewed the signed contract and the video of the council meeting to approve the plan. There was little engagement by council members, no questions were asked of the parties, and no presentation was made on a benefit to the community during this meeting. From the contract, it appeared that any revenue that is gained or incentives received belong wholly to Tesla. How does the council see that tying up valuable parking space to our downtown district for up to 10 years will benefit the city financially or support the community in any tangible manner? I also know that there is still a pending parking study, which is the foundation to our downtown revitalization. Allowing such a commitment of property in this vicinity is premature and unfair to our community. And although we have a right to cancel the contract after the initial 5 years, we have to pay a diminishing fee depending on time, even if the charging stations go unused. How does this benefit the city? Obviously, the contract is signed, but the city has until August 2021, if I read correctly, to break ground. There is also a clause that allows the city to relocate the project, which at this point may be the best option and should be seriously considered. If the study reveals that the property is key to our revitalization and you move forward with Tesla now, it would be a complete disservice to the community. Tesla should not be allowed to interfere with our development projects, most especially if it turns out we need that land to add value to our downtown area and serve the community. The residents of San Fernando should have priority over the charging stations that seems to have zero benefit to the city. The contract has sufficient consideration in this regard, and the council should put its residents and business districts above this project. Again, please pause this project. Respectfully, Kathy Casillas. And that is the last remaining public statement submitted.
Thank you, everyone, for your public statement. Vice Mayor?
Yes, there was an attachment to one of the comments for Cindy Lopez. Do you have that, or what was that? Attachment A.
I can send you, if it was not already sent with the public statements earlier, attachment A of Ms. Lopez's public statement.
Okay. Oh, I see. Okay.
Okay. Are we fine, Vice Mayor?
Oh, it's a letter from Pinnacle Designs. The letter is not the same from Cindy Lopez.
Is that a different
Yeah, it's different.
public comment?
Okay. Let me double check that public comment, please.
So, Julia, it is attached. The letter is attached. I can read it into the record if you want, if you don't see it.
Do you have that record, City Manager?
Yeah, I have it. I have the letter in front of me. I can read it if you like.
Okay, because I am sorry, I don't have that attachment.
Okay, I'll read it real quick. It was submitted, well, it's dated December 18th, 2020. Dear San Fernando City Council, let me just congratulate you for taking the initiative to support a cause as worthy as climate change by putting the city of San Fernando on the map with a Tesla charging station. At our company here in San Fernando, several of our executives own these cost-effective vehicles and find charging stations within the area are few and far between. Over the last few years, there has been a dramatic increase in the number of fully electric and plug-in electric hybrid vehicles sold in California. Now, nearly every major automotive company in the world is selling a plug-in vehicle. I myself am personally in the process of purchasing an electric vehicle, and charging sites locations have played well into my decision. Not to mention that with the market for electric vehicles rapidly expanding, now is the best time to begin meeting the demand for access to charge equipment in such a hub city like San Fernando. To establish the ability to provide charging sites as an amenity, the benefits abound. Since this will also attract and retain highly valued, eco-conscious residents as well as customers to the city. Additionally, more electric vehicles in our vicinity will reduce emissions and improve overall air quality, which is a great message to send to those passing through San Fernando as we look responsible and climate conscious and forward thinking. Bravo again for making such a positive decision, our community and our earth. Thank you. Sincerely, Rosie Lopez, Pinnacle Design, 615 8th Street, San Fernando, California, 91340.
Thank you very much. At this time, I will close public comments. And I will move to the consent calendar. Is there a motion to approve the consent calendar?
Can I remove items 1 and 2 from the consent calendar? And then I appreciate the staff's response on 3 and 4. So
Okay.
So what I would recommend is that if those items be pulled and that you vote on the non-pulled items first and then take up the pulled items in succession, if if there are no others.
Okay. So Councilmember Montanez, you want to remove items 1 and 4?
1 and 2.
Oh, 1 and 2.
Yeah, and approve 3, the consent calendars with 3 and 4.
So the balance of the consent calendar will be approved minus 1 and 2, and then those will be taken up in succession afterwards.
Okay. Is there a motion to approve items 3 and 4 of the consent calendar?
Motion to approve 3 and 4.
Is there a second?
I second.
Roll call, please.
Yes, Councilmember Rodriguez,
Yes.
Councilmember Pacheco, he is absent. Councilmember Montanez,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Mendoza,
Yes.
and Mayor Ballin.
Yes, motion passes. Councilmember Montanez, item
Yeah.
1.
Just on both 1 and 2, it's just because I wasn't present at either of those meetings. So I just wanted to just abstain.
Okay.
So 1 is just requesting approval of special meetings from May 18th, 2020 through July 20th, 2020. And then the other one, item 2, is just the approval of what the warrant register during a time that I still wasn't aware of all the expenses. So it would just be, I'm okay with the items going forward. I wasn't there, so I can't sign off on the minute.
So if I may, the motion would, you can vote on the motion, but the motion will be that you approve the special meeting minutes items, excluding those that you have identified on the record as the ones you were not.
Which basically would be all of them, since I wasn't on the council yet.
Okay. Then I think it would be enough for you to just simply recuse yourself or
Okay.
I will note for the record, though, that the fact that you weren't there doesn't necessarily disqualify you from voting on them. You're not voting on the veracity of the minutes. You're just voting that they have been properly prepared and appear to be in order. But it's understandable if you want to recuse, abstain. In this instance, then I think your option will be to abstain on the vote.
Okay, so I'll just abstain.
Okay. So we still need a motion and a second, and then we'll do a roll call vote on that so that the abstention.
Okay, so I could do, okay, so that makes sense. So a motion to approve 1 and 2, and then we could just call for the question.
Okay. Is there a motion to approve item 1 and 2?
I think Cindy made it.
Yeah.
Councilmember Montañez made it. I second it.
Okay. And roll call, please.
Okay, Councilmember Rodriguez,
Same.
I'm sorry?
Are we not identifying whether or not we approve item 1 and 2?
Yeah, it sounds like she's abstaining, Madam Secretary.
Yeah, that's what I said. So I don't know.
Okay, I'm sorry. Okay, so abstain. Councilmember Pacheco, he is absent. Councilmember Montanez is
Okay.
also abstaining.
Mhm.
Vice Mayor Mendoza,
Yes.
If we have a 2-2 tie, then it means the matter does not get approved. So what I would recommend is that we just simply carry over these items to the next meeting, although I don't know about the demand register, Nick. Is that an item that needs to be approved at this meeting? That's the bills. I mean, that's basically the bills that have to be paid for the city.
Yeah, we would need to hold payment for those for the next 2 weeks. If the
I would say that to those who have abstained, that I mean, unless philosophically you have some opposition with some line
No,
item.
Yeah, my only struggle was also the minutes, item 1, that I wasn't present for either. Number 2, I reviewed the warrant register and I'm okay with approving that. But per your point, Richard, if it's about they were prepared and they're included, I'm okay with that. So can we just, don't know the process, let's circle back and do that again?
Did we do the vote?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that would be fine. Julio, let's go through the vote procedure
okay,
again.
I'll begin the vote again.
Okay, and let's take it item by item. Item 1, let's start with item 1.
Item 1, consent item 1, that's concerning the minutes. Councilmember Rodriguez,
Yes.
Councilmember Pacheco is absent. Councilmember Montanez,
Abstain.
Vice Mayor Mendoza,
Yes.
and Mayor Ballin.
Yes, motion passes. Now we'll roll call please on item 2 for the warrant register.
Thank you. Councilmember Rodriguez,
Yes.
Councilmember Pacheco is absent. Councilmember Montanez,
Abstain.
Vice Mayor Mendoza,
Yes.
and Mayor Ballin.
Yes, motion passes. Thank you very much. We are now going to administrative reports, and before we go to administrative reports, there's a couple of things I would like to do. I'm going to change the procedure just a little bit to accommodate us all being on Zoom. And I'm going to keep the same order as far as calling on council members throughout the time we're on Zoom. And I'll always start with Councilmember Montanez, then I will go to Councilmember Pacheco, and then to Councilmember Rodriguez, of course, the Vice Mayor and myself. And the other thing is I'm going to, if you have something that you'd like to say, would you please raise your hand, and the Vice Mayor will keep on a lookout to see who has their hands raised. And at the end of doing one round, I will look to her and ask her, would anybody else like to speak again? And she'll call your name, and then you can just commence speaking once again. The other, so this is what we're just going to do through the whole time we're on Zoom, because it just gets so complicated and very difficult.
Mayor,
Yes.
Are you asking us to utilize the hand raising
Yes.
function?
Yes,
or physically raise our hand?
No, use the
Okay, so
the hand raise function. That would help.
And actually, so if you use the hand raise function, the city clerk will be able to see that and she'll note it. But if you raise your hand, that's what Vice Mayor will be looking for. I don't think she can see who's got it.
Okay, you're right. You're right. Are you good, Vice Mayor, with raising their
Okay,
hand?
understood.
Yes, the hand is good, but I just wanted to mention to Councilmember Rodriguez that she's kind of fading out, in and out.
Yeah, she does.
Yeah, we can't hear everything you're saying. That's why we keep asking you. But so I don't know what it is, but maybe if you're just closer to the microphone or your camera.
I think we can just be cognizant of it, and if there's a technical glitch, we can just sort of be accommodating of the councilwoman.
Yeah.
Okay, now our next item is on COVID, and I want to take a presentation update on COVID. And I want to take this opportunity to read an email from Councilmember Pacheco. It's a little bit lengthy, but I believe it is valuable. And it says, to my friends, council colleagues, and to the residents of San Fernando, it is with a heavy heart that I am writing this letter. My wife and I were diagnosed with COVID last week and have been following CDC guidelines, recovering in isolation at home. Our diligent efforts to avoid exposure to this dangerous virus were ultimately unsuccessful, futile in the face of the increasingly formidable pandemic. It seems as though an otherwise ordinary trip to the grocery store during the week of Christmas has proven to be a fateful one. A trip we deeply regret taking, a trip that will forever change not only our mental and physical health, but also our outlook in life. For better or for worse, we will never be the same again. While we are not currently experiencing severe symptoms, the fact is that thousands of others around our state and millions of others around the world are fighting for their lives while isolated away from the warmth of friends and family. Many are saying goodbye to loved ones through FaceTime calls or text messages, unable to comfort or console. In this sense, we are truly lucky, and I am so thankful for every day I wake up alive without having to face down the realities afflicting so many others. If I do survive this terrible illness, if God in His grace allows me to continue walking this earth, I want to assure the residents of our great city of San Fernando that my efforts to advocate for you will only be redoubled. In a sense, I am thankful for this time of quiet reflection. It is an opportunity to reevaluate my priorities, my calling, my truths. What is my purpose? What can I do to leave a positive impact on others? How am I helping the residents of San Fernando in their daily lives? Am I doing the people's work? I feel now more than ever, we need leaders who will cut through the petty politics that haunt so many layers of our government and to get something done for our residents. I vow to answer that call as long as I have a breath in my lungs and a beat in my heart. If my health does return, I promise the residents of San Fernando that I will not squander the time I have left to serve. I am resolved, now more than ever, to continue to safeguard the public institution of our city council from forces and special interests who might wish to bend it to their own agenda. I serve on city council to give a voice to the voiceless and to advocate and implement sensible policies furthering the public good. I made a promise to voters when I was elected in 2018 to tell it straight, to work to restore fairness and honesty, and to protect the charm and historic renown of San Fernando. I serve at the pleasure of voters, and I respectfully ask our staff and my city council colleagues to reflect on the sacred promises that our democracy requires of us. If I am blessed with the opportunity to return to full strength, if I am one of the lucky ones, nothing will stop me from honoring these promises upon my return. I do not wish to alarm the great people of San Fernando, but I do urge everyone to take this virus seriously. I implore you to please continue to wear masks and practice social distancing, because there are thousands succumbing to this illness every day. We are all in grave peril. And the harsh truth is, our city is facing this challenge without adequate help from our state and federal counterparts. Lives are at risk. Our businesses are in danger of being shuttered forever. And this cold winter, the darkest days are still ahead of us. Unless we can bend the curve and get this virus under control, it is bound to claim lives of so many more. Only through collective action, working together, we will be able to conquer the challenge before us. I also humbly ask for your prayers and well wishes during this time. This virus is disorientating, unpredictable, and truly frightening. I am so grateful for the outpouring of support from friends and family, and I hope we can all emerge from this terrible pandemic stronger as a city and as a people. A brighter day is on the horizon, even if it seems like a distant mirage. I believe in the goodness of our people to meet this moment, to vanquish this terrible pandemic, and to emerge stronger, wiser, more grounded, more real. I look forward to returning to do the people's work soon. God bless your councilman, Hector Aldeveas Pacheco. And I want to say something that when we first heard about the pandemic, the last time we met at the council chambers, I didn't take it seriously, but Hector did. Hector was very firm in letting us know we had to take it seriously. And I'm very sad to, that he is not here with us today and he is suffering at home. I understand how that feels. I think there's a few council members and members of the community, many members of the community that truly have experienced COVID. And it's very frightening. It's very isolating. It's very lonely. So with that, I wish him a speedy, full recovery. And Nick, would you continue on with item 5, presentation and update regarding COVID-19 response efforts?
Yes, Deputy City Manager Tim Howe has a short presentation with the updated stats and health order that we will go through right now.
Thank you, Nick. Thank you, Mayor Ballin. I am going to bring up a screen share. Okay, please let me know if you're seeing the presentation version of this.
Yes.
Go ahead. Yeah, go ahead, Tim.
Okay. All right. So this is an update on the city's COVID-19 response efforts. Here are San Fernando statistics. These are posted on the city's website. You'll see various dates as there's not a consistency day to day on the data, so you'll see it. Some will be as current as this week, some will be as dated as December 23rd. Countywide, we're approaching 700,000 cases and 10,000 deaths. In the city of San Fernando, we're approaching 3,000 cases and 27 deaths as of December 23rd. And at the bottom right, at the bottom of the right of the slide, you can see the accumulation of cases over time in San Fernando. This is so California earlier during the pandemic created a blueprint for a safer economy that was based on two main data points: adjusted case rate and positivity rate. And this was at the county level, which determined the tier within a 4-tier system that a county would be operating in, and would determine which sectors of the economy would be open. LA County was in the most restrictive tier, the widespread tier, and was in that tier throughout the duration of this system. When this was in place and was the overriding policy, this is an example from a flashback to November 2nd, what the color map looked like statewide. And this jumps forward to what you can see now as of December 29th. And you see a whole lot of the purple, which is the most restrictive. In addition, in terms of statewide metrics, you see 93 new COVID positive cases per day per 100,000, positivity rate of almost 15%, and ICU capacity statewide at 0. Within LA County, the risk level is widespread and has not changed over the last several weeks. The limited stay-at-home order was issued back on November 21st. That was the statewide order that ceased, basically placed a curfew on non-essential activities between 10 p.m. and 5 a.m. The regional stay-at-home order was issued December 3rd. That divided the state into 5 regions, and it triggered the limitations on the economic sectors by region. Once that region had less than 15% ICU availability, it prohibited private gatherings of any size, closed sector operations except for critical infrastructure and retail, and required masking and physical distancing in all other sectors. Those orders remain in effect for at least 3 weeks and then gets reassessed weekly thereafter. Locally, the Los Angeles County temporary targeted safer-at-home order that went into effect earlier in December. It was extended on December 27th to remain in effect while the state's regional order was in effect. And this was last revised last week on December 30th, which included instituting a 10-day self-quarantine for persons that arrived to LA County on non-essential travel. It also modified the requirements for places of worship. It encourages places of worship to engage in outdoor or remote services, provided that strict physical distancing is followed, but no longer strictly prohibits indoor operations. ICU bed capacity now is the #1 guiding metric statewide, and here is the regional division of the state. This is a flashback to December 7th, just after the statewide regional order was announced. And this is the current ICU bed percentage availability as of today. And in Southern California, it's 0 ICU availability. As far as City Hall and city facilities, just as a recap, City Hall was closed and then reopened throughout 2020. It was closed again to the public on November 30th, except by special appointment. Playgrounds are closed to the public. Some business that is coming forward soon, the annual renewal process for swap meet permits, that processing will be available at City Hall starting tomorrow. We're instituting some measures to be able to provide that service at the back entrance, outside the back entrance of City Hall, to be able to provide that service. Earlier in the pandemic, the city implemented a road closure for San Fernando Road in the mall area to be able to allow businesses to provide outdoor services. That was suspended on November 25th as a result of the increasing restrictions. The city also implemented a number of other measures to assist local businesses and service providers, including the city parks open space service area regulations, which allowed local businesses to provide outdoor services by reserving park space. That program, as well as the outdoor service permit on sidewalks and the temporary banner permit, those programs were set to expire at the end of 2020, and those will be extended until June 30th. And I don't know which view, I apologize if you're seeing the presentation view or not, so I'll move this out the way. But this is an example of the basket of goods that is provided to folks through the residential food distribution program. We've conducted 3 rounds of distributions. We're still accepting applications. Those are available online. Second, the Personal Protective Equipment for Businesses program, which is available for San Fernando businesses. The first round was distributed December 14th. We're still accepting applications for the second round, which we should be issuing in the next several days. And so far, we've had 67 businesses apply for this program. Again, applications available through the city's website. This slide recaps some of the tenant protections that have been enacted statewide to assist both residential and commercial tenants. And testing, the walk-up testing site at Recreation Park opened on November 24th, and it is still currently open. The light at the end of the tunnel, vaccine. On December 11th, the Food and Drug Administration issued the first emergency use authorization for the Pfizer-BioNTech vaccine for COVID-19. A week later, authorized the use of the Moderna vaccine. Nationwide distribution started immediately. Within the state of California, we're on what's considered our phase 1A of distribution, which is the healthcare and nursing home workers. Phase 1B, which would be the next phase, is anticipated to commence next month, and that will go to essential frontline workers and persons age 75 and up. Examples of essential workers are firefighters, police officers, food and agricultural workers, post office workers, manufacturing workers, grocery store workers, public transit, child care, and education. An update on our county COVID-19 data. You continue to see a large increase in the daily number of persons tested. That decline there, if it's too small, that decline there on that last day is simply representative of Christmas Day. So I'd say that's a statistical. That's not representative of a larger trend, more related to the holiday. The 7-day average, just to give a sense of comparison, on Halloween, the 7-day average was 15,000 persons tested. As of December 27th, that number is 77,500. And total persons tested just a little over 2 months ago was 3.1 million, and since that time, we've gone to almost 4.8 million. The percent of tests that are positive, you see, a trend moving up and to the right. That is not a good sign. The 7-day daily average over the last several months, going back to just before Halloween, was 3.4%, and as of this latest data, is now 18.4%, which represents almost a doubling of the rate just after Thanksgiving. Daily number of hospitalized patients, again, up and to the right. The number of hospitalized patients just as recently as November 1st was under 800 in the county, and as of January 1st is 7,544. Daily number of deaths, as recently as December 6th, that number was 23. As a 7-day average, as of yesterday, that number is now 91. In terms of the mortality rate, which looks at death rates, the mortality rate continues to increase. As recently as the beginning of last month, that rate was 72. It's now at 98. and the mortality rates across ethnic groups and across area poverty rates continue to show the disparate impact on people of color and areas of poverty. That concludes staff's presentation. We are available to answer any questions. Thank you.
Councilmember Montanez, do you have any questions?
Yes, I do. Okay, so a few questions. Okay, so we got so far $311,234 from the federal government, right? No, from the state, California State Department of Finance, and then we received another 136,373 from the Community Development Block Grant funding. So the city's received a total of $447,607, correct? To address this. Okay, so can you walk me through, I saw on the staff report that the first 311,000, that was spent already. Was that entirely spent on city staff? Is that correct? Or is there some funding still available from that 311,000?
So the 311,000 was from the federal government. It was an allocation through the CARES Act. It was just distributed through the state. So it went to from the federal government to the state distributed down to each city. That 311,234 was spent, about 250,000 was spent to reimburse the city on personnel costs for COVID related activities. And then 61,234 was spent to reimburse the city on supplies, disinfectant, masks, floor decals, posters, a number of informational items. So the full 311,234 was spent. It was through the council approved expenditure to reimburse the city. Quite frankly, to protect continuity of operations. If we didn't reimburse ourselves through that funds, then obviously there would have been we would have had to cut other places to make up for those that expenditure, the 311,000. Separately, we received a kind of an emergency allocation, as most cities that participate in CDBG did, of 136,000, and council appropriated 100,000 toward residential food distribution. To date, about almost 59,000 of that has been spent and distributed to the community. 25,000, and then 25,000 was allocated towards small business PPE. Again, to date, just under 22,000 of that has been spent. And where we still have, some of that is an inventory that will be issued in the next round that we're planning at the end of January, early February. So we fully spent the CARES Act funds, so to speak. And we are working through the CDBG funds in continuing that residential food program and the small business PPE program.
Okay, so what do we have left? So we have
so on the on the CDBG, we still have about 42,000, or we still have about 40,000 available in the residential food distribution. That is currently allocated for residential food distribution. And we have about 4,000 that's currently allocated but unspent towards small business PPE.
Okay, so most of this money has been spent. Okay, so thank you for those numbers. Okay, so the other question then I have is, clearly this has become a pandemic that has become a public health crisis in the city of Los Angeles, and the city of San Fernando, LA County, I should say, right? So not just city of LA, not just city of San Fernando, but the entire county. And you continue to see the numbers that in the entire county of Los Angeles, San Fernando and the Northeast Valley continue to be always like in the top 20, 25 with highest infection rates. And our families are suffering, people are getting infected. So I really want to make sure that we prioritize getting the vaccine to those frontline workers, like the grocery workers, that everyone is being exposed to. People go shopping locally at Vallarta's, you know, the local grocery stores. You have, you just go in there. If you just spend time seeing who's shopping at these stores, it's high risk, a lot of high risk individuals. It's spreading, and we don't know exactly where it's spreading, but it was probably not spreading, you know, when you were having a caldo de pollo at El Abuelo, right? It was probably not spreading as much in the restaurants. The restaurants were shut down. What we have to do now is we have to get the vaccine into the community. So I was asking the question about the funds to see what we could do to spend resources, but there aren't really a lot of resources to get the vaccine to our frontline workers. And I do believe that right now in San Fernando, the grocery stores are critical to this, right? Vallarta's has reached out. The CFO of Vallarta's and the director of risk management did reach out to the city of San Fernando. And they want to do a program with the city of San Fernando to get their employees, again, frontline grocery workers, vaccinated. So in the next phase, so phase 1B, I would love for us as a council to say we are going to prioritize these grocery workers and make sure we get the vaccine to them next. So that I think is critical because the infections, we are seeing now articles that have come out that says, you know, for example, at a Costco, there were 71 employees that tested positive for COVID. There's no way you could get away from not going and buying your groceries. We all have to go. People are going, people are getting infected. These frontline workers are the ones that are being most exposed and will continue to be exposed because maybe you can stop going to a bar, but you just can't stop going to the grocery store, right? And it's not easy to Instacart, you know, get things delivered to homes around here. So people continue to go, and it's a lot of women and, you know, women with families that are going in there to the grocery stores and that are working at these locations. So I would love to have, you know, I would ask for the council to support this idea of working closely with Vallarta's and the grocery workers or grocery stores to get grocery workers as frontline workers to be first as the vaccines start being distributed out in San Fernando. That's number one. The other thing is I have questions about the swap meet. So Tim, on average, how many people are at the swap meet on a typical Sunday, like this Sunday?
I don't have a precise number. The numbers that have been discussed previously on any given day, say a Sunday, I mean, somewhere in the ballpark of you know, several hundred attendees.
It's important for the city of San Fernando, for community development, to know exactly how many people are going to the swap meet on a Sunday. If you drove by yesterday, it was packed. There was not a single space available. There was all of these vendors along Glen Oaks going into the swap meet. I don't understand how San Fernando has not identified that as a super spreader location. These are high risk, low income communities, the communities that you were just talking about that are most exposed to the virus. So it concerns me again that the restaurants were shut down in San Fernando, but you still continue to have operations in the city that are potentially spreading the virus to these individuals. There is no capacity at Holy Cross. There's no capacity of all of you. Something happens to someone, they could end up not even being turned away if they have to go to the hospital. So I really think that we have to pay closer attention to what's going on in the city of San Fernando. There are churches that are now having services indoors because, as you said, they're allowed to do it. There are parties that are still going on. Thank you to the police department for responding when residents do report parties. Again, that's not allowed for people to be having parties right now. So what we have to do as a city, again, we have to be able to truly begin to address this issue locally. Giving out food, I think, was important. but we spent that money. Now we got to figure out what we really do to educate the population, to push for, the strong enforcement of the existing safer at home order, to identify where this is spreading, and most importantly, to prioritize how we actually distribute the vaccine. Otherwise, we are going to continue to be the worst in the county. And this is not a place where we want to be. I think that because we are the worst in the county, or among the worst in the county, then, it's us and Pacoima, basically City of LA and the City of San Fernando, with Pacoima and San Fernando being at the top. When you look at the valley, then this is an opportunity for us to say, as a council, to say, yes, we want to work with the City of Los Angeles. We want to work with businesses like Vallarta's, and we want to make sure that we prioritize getting the vaccine to frontline workers and people that live in the City of San Fernando. And right now, what's happened, I think it's great that we have a testing site, but I've gotten reports, which I reported to Nick, of residents that can't get in to get tested because it's just at capacity. So the other request would be, in addition to prioritizing the vaccine to frontline workers like the grocery workers, the second request I have for the council is for us to ask the county to set aside a certain number of testing slots every day for San Fernando residents, because we oftentimes can't even get tested. I've had families that were potentially exposed because they're frontline workers, essential workers, could not get in to get tested. They were clearly they had to be told they couldn't come in. So those would be the two requests that I would have for the city council. We don't have additional resources. We have $40,000 left. But I think that what we can do to really begin to make a difference here is get the vaccine to the people that most need it, that are being exposed day after day after day. And there's probably no other place that people are going more to right now than the grocery stores. And we have a willing partner that's willing to work with us to do a program that's very special, that's bilingual, that works with the Spanish-speaking community and can really begin to save lives. So if we can, if it's appropriate, Madam Mayor, I'd like to make that motion. That, at the time after we have, everybody provides inputs, but I would like to make a motion, if appropriate, to prioritize frontline workers, the grocery workers, and then also ask the county to reserve some spots for San Fernando residents in testing.
We have
if it's appropriate.
Yeah, all very good information and definitely worth following up. I think just as a procedural matter under the Brown Act, we would probably need to agendize that as an action item for a future meeting. Could be the next meeting. I don't want to put staff in a bind, but at least that way there can be a very tangible package of a tangible program package that could be approved. So
okay,
I think the direction.
Yeah, and I would be happy to, yes, and I would be happy to work with our city manager to put together, if that's okay, Madam Mayor, to put together a package that could come back to the council to be able to address, again, the vaccine, testing for residents, identifying these super spreader locations, and ultimately making sure that any additional resources that come into the city of San Fernando get spent on residents and businesses in the city.
Do you have any more questions or
Those are all the
comments?
questions.
Okay, Councilmember Rodriguez.
Thank you for this presentation, Tim. I want to first address a couple of things that just came up with you, Councilmember Montañez. I'm very supportive of continuing these conversations. Specifically, I'm interested in, I know that with the vaccines that they'll be phased in, that grocery store workers, I understood, were prioritized in the next phase of vaccinations. But to my colleague's point, I wonder what prioritization looks like within these phases. Not only has San Fernando stepped up to be a testing site and in the future administer vaccines for our entire region, but we're also, again, have very high rates, or in a high risk population. And so I'd like to, one, understand the plan from the county about how they're prioritizing grocery workers when they do get into that phase, but also how we can advocate for at least addressing communities that have high rates of infection. With that, I know that we have some statistics that are front facing on the city's website. I'm interested in adding our per capita rate compared to LA County and to other cities, because that's really going to paint the picture of where we are comparatively. And that's where we can see that we're having higher rates of infection among our population. I'd also like to have a conversation about why we have higher rates of infection, because I know that even in some of the public comments, there was a request for financial assistance because people are being impacted both medically and financially. But there are resources from the county that our residents should be able to access but aren't aware of. There are financial, like the rental assistance programs. The city of San Fernando might not have what the city of Los Angeles has, but we do have a right to the resources that are coming down from the county, and our residents should be also front of the line. But the only way to do that is by making them aware of what resources are available. I think that we were given a really unique, great opportunity with CDBG, right? Regularly, we have this opportunity to invest these funds for our community, but with the additional funding from the CARES Act, we had another moment to reflect about how we could best support everyone. And while I appreciate the decisions made by the former council, I would also like to learn more about, if we have almost $45,000 left in funds, I'm really interested in putting an end date to the applications for PPE and the food distribution program so that we make a concerted effort to get people to apply. And after that end date, be able to allocate resources to better support individuals, households, and businesses. A really well-known and loved business in San Fernando closed just this last week. And it's just so sad to see, and we can't expect it to be the only time that happens. Whether or not they're closed forever or an undetermined date, the fact is that our businesses are really struggling, and PPE doesn't help anyone if they can't even open their doors. So I'm really interested in discussing what else we could do to support businesses, again, in pursuing funds that are available through the county so that they could get grants and support for their employees and themselves so they can sustain throughout this pandemic. The other thing I wanted to mention was the same thing about the vaccine that was mentioned by Councilmember Montañez. The testing issue is consistent. I know I've heard from residents that can't get appointments, residents that also work in the city, like at Starbucks, which is still very public facing, who want to get tested, which is important so that we prevent spread amongst our households, who can't get tests right here at our park down the street. And so I'm also supportive of advocating for us to have space for our own residents to have an opportunity to test. With that, I think that covers my comments. And again, thank you, Tim, for the update.
Vice Mayor.
Thank you for the points that you, Councilman Montañez and Rodriguez made. They were very well taken. And I do like the idea of possibly collaborating with Vallarta, see if there's anything that we can do there. I'm glad that they're open to getting their employees vaccinated, and who knows what the possibility can come out of that. And the testing, if it's possible, yeah, that we should look into it. The thing is with the vaccine, and we got the chart from the county, is this, are we bound by this particular table that we were given, the COVID vaccination distribution phases? Are we bound to that, or are we able to deviate from that?
So because this is a public health emergency, LA County Public Health is the lead agency, as they have a public health department. The city of San Fernando does not. In fact, the only other two cities that have their own public health department in LA County are Pasadena and Long Beach. So because we don't have that expertise, we don't get allocated the vaccines directly. Those are allocated to the county, and then the county makes the decisions on where those go next, what the phases are. From all of the information I've received from the county to date, and I asked this specific question actually to Barbara Ferrer last week during our call that elected officials and city managers have with the county health department, specifically about vaccines and how we can connect companies like Vallarta to resources and make sure that they are prioritized during the phase 1B. We're working through the, and I do think that that's a great effort to continue to connect Vallarta with the county, and we can continue to push on that. That is a county decision on who is vaccinated next. I do know right now they're actually starting. There are some vaccinations that are being distributed at the San Fernando COVID testing site. Those are only for 1A for healthcare workers. Even the firefighters that are working at the site are not qualified yet per the county for vaccines. So because it's such a limited allocation, as we move forward though through this, we will, staff will definitely continue to advocate and work with the county on how do we make sure, what is the plan for getting it into the hands of private, employees at private companies like Vallarta? How do we make sure that they're prioritized? So that question, the response was, I guess there is a registration website that the state is putting out, because anyone that receives in these future phases that receives the vaccine, you have to be a registered, as a qualified health provider to be able to administer the vaccine. And you have to be registered as a person to receive, you have to register to even receive the vaccine. So they're working through that logistical process. And as soon as they have that information, and we'll continue to inquire with the county on how as soon as we get that information, let's link Vallarta, they can host their own private pod, and we can work with them to get those there. So there's a private pod and they can have all of their, get all of their workers vaccinated by working with, various health partners. CVS, I know, is working on being qualified, and a number of other healthcare providers, which may be an opportunity. So that's the information that I've received thus far related to vaccines in phase 1B. And we'll continue to work through how we prioritize, our local residents, our local community members on how to receive those vaccines when they become available.
Thank you. Also, in terms of the swap meet, I know that they're supposed to be working at, 25% capacity? Is that it?
It's 20% capacity limit under the current restrictions.
And that's for vendors, 20%, and also visitors?
Yeah, it's an overall 20% capacity rate.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Maybe we can check with them to see how many entries are going in on particular days, and just get an idea on the number of people going to the swap meet and how they're monitoring that.
Thank you.
That's all I have for right now. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Vice Mayor. Nick, I have a concern about the vaccines. My understanding from everything I'm reading and hearing, it doesn't sound like we're going to be getting the vaccines anytime soon. There seems to be a huge delay for many, many reasons. And I even heard today that in some instances, some of the healthcare workers are not going to get the second vaccine that they need because of a shortage, for whatever delays. Could you look into that and find out, what's a projected date that we will be able to get the vaccines? And I think a priority should be given to these cities that have the highest numbers of vaccines, such as Cudahy, I think, is number 1, Pacoima is 2, and we're 3 on the list, right, for the county of LA. The last time I asked.
Yeah, we actually, we've made significant improvements. We're number 21 now.
Oh, great. Okay,
but
that's good to hear.
Still top 25, so we want to continue to make improvements there.
Okay, and I do agree with the people that work at the various markets in the area. They have a huge amount of people coming for groceries, and unfortunately, so many of them are affected with the virus. And now we heard from Councilmember Pacheco, who went to the market on Christmas Day, and that was not a good thing. So how do you, the direction you have, Nick, let me know what you believe is the direction you have.
Sure. I believe, I don't know that we need necessarily a motion. Or we can have, a motion, but I hear that we definitely want to and continue figuring out how we prioritize grocery store workers in the community. Working through the county in the testing site. I actually spoke with the chief in charge of the San Fernando testing site yesterday about a process to set aside a certain number of tests each day for San Fernando residents. He agreed that is sounded like a really good idea. They have to work through a few IT and issues and logistic issues, but he committed to work through that and try to get back to me in the next few days on working through that. So we'll continue to push on them from that perspective. With regards to the swap meet, I just want to remind that council did put additional, the county has their guidelines number of months ago. Council put additional restrictions that were more stringent than the county guidelines with regards to additional sanitation stations, additional signage, and I believe at the time it was a 60% cap, and the city council put a 50% occupancy cap at the time. We will continue to work with that, and that was a policy decision based on, obviously there's a public health component, but there's also, the number of entrepreneurs whose livelihood depend on that. So we will follow up with the county and continue to, with the swap meet vendors, and we'll get daily attendance so that we can make sure we are holding their feet to the fire with regards to that occupancy at the 20% rate. I know that we have received reports of certain vendor booths that do have a higher concentration, and we've worked with the swap meet to pull the permits for those particular booths that are having that we're having problems with social distancing. So there has been some discussion there. And then I can definitely come back. We can include in the next COVID update in 2 weeks. We'll include an up-to-date amount of money, of funds spent. That's through the 19th of January. And then we can talk about some of the programs that council considered earlier in the year when we first went through this, and maybe rehashing some of those, or potentially reallocating some of those funds. I'll have to check with our CDBG consultant. There is some administrative, we do have to make sure the county approves any program. We get our CDBG through the county community development agency, so we would need to get their approval, but they've been relatively quick and a little more flexible. So, we can look at reallocating those funds. I believe that's, and I can get an update to all of council sort of by the end of this week. I do want to just, we're always welcoming additional ways to get information to the community. The way that we try not to clog people's inbox with emails, but we do, every time we get any sort of loan program, payroll loan program, information through the county, every council, every business that has a business license in the city of San Fernando and supplied an email address receives those. We do make sure that we forward that information along very quickly. And then a number of the very important programs we put out through the Alert San Fernando. So we record messages and voicemails get pushed out to all residents in the city. So, we're always welcoming ways to get additional, obviously it's tough, especially with snail mail isn't quick enough nowadays. Usually most of these county programs, they say they open on, 3 days from now and they're already full the day after. So mailing out a postcard just doesn't work. So email has been our primary form of communication. I would encourage anyone that's listening now, or and we've put this in past postcards, and we can definitely send another postcard to all residents, just sort of reminding them to sign up for our email distribution list so that they don't miss these critical time-sensitive programs. That's another thing that we can do again, and try to get as many people signed up for these email lists as possible. But I do welcome any feedback that any council members may have on how to bolster that effort. And I do think I think that's the gist of what I received as far as direction goes. And I can provide updates throughout by the end of this week on some of the more immediate items, and at the next January 19th, for those CDBG funds.
Thank you. Vice Mayor, do we have any other questions from the council members?
Member Rodriguez?
Thank you. And thank you, Nick. It sounds like you've been working on a lot of the things that we brought up. And so we're really grateful that you're out there already doing the work. I just wanted to ask that when you come back with information about the funds and how we can utilize them, a way that we could utilize resources to promote education. I know that you just said that we can send postcards, so I imagine that means we could also pay for targeted ads specifically for our area, because I think that, like you said, snail mail isn't really the ticket right now, but being able to reach people through whatever mediums they're already utilizing online might be the best way to let them know. Even the basic tips, right? Like there's a certain day that appointments open up, like slots open up for our testing site, letting people know like, hey, it opened right now and there are slots open for starting Tuesday, sign up now before it fills up. I think would make a really big difference in ensuring that people in our area are aware of how to access the existing resources.
Yes, Vice Mayor.
I was been thinking about that in the emails and how we connect with the residents, that maybe we need to do a campaign on obtaining residents' emails, their cell phone numbers. So if they're interested in an email or a text, we just have to, it's like a campaign that we do for the month of February, whatever it might be, or till the end of this month that you figure out how you want to do it. But I think that we really need to move on something like this, because that is the only way. If we do with the mail, I mean, they come out to be quite costly. I think that I would like to send another mailer soon, and we should discuss what we might have on it. But I think a campaign to get the residents information so we can inform them of what's going on. And in terms of the swap meet again, I think that it's not just the number of people that go into the swap meet in a day. I think that, I don't know if they're monitoring how many go in a particular hour, that if it's 300 that are allowed and then 5 leave or 10 leave, 10 more come in. I don't know if they're doing that because I've not been there recently. So that might be something we look at as well. And in terms of the food distribution program, I know Julian is, Mr. Venegas is on in the waiting room, but those that actually see the residents coming in to pick up the food, what are they, I haven't been there, I haven't seen them. What is their reception of receiving these goods? Do you see that this is, high necessity? Because I would not want to take monies and use it someplace else when people are in need and don't have the funds to buy any food. That's really important. I think that, we need to keep food on their table. But so, firsthand, you see the residents as they come in and pick up their food. What is their reaction, or what do you see?
Yes, our residents are very appreciative of the food that they're receiving. They thank us all the time. They really say that, they don't know what they would have been able to do without the food that they receive. We do have a registration program for the program, so we know exactly how many families we're going to give each particular program that we have. We've been averaging about 125 families that come and pick up the food. Each distribution will have new members and members that participated in the last one. So not every family gets each distribution. So it would be like our next distribution would be the ones that qualified for the last one and any new ones. So, and the next one will be on the 23rd of January. But in all our residents are, again, very, very appreciative of the food that they're receiving, and they thank us a lot, and they keep, thanking us in the city for the support that we're providing.
So if we were to cut those funds that, made available for the food, how would, will it be, it would be devastating for them?
I believe so. It would be. We have approximately about a $30,000 left in the program. That's approximately enough for 2 more distributions.
Okay.
If we were to cut that off, then that you would have, I would say maybe about 100, 150 families that will not receive that food for the remainder of the program.
Mhm. And these include like healthcare type of like hygiene type
Yes,
of items,
we
toothpaste,
do include
detergent.
personal PPEs, equipment, mask, wiping cloth, sterilizing spray. So we do provide those type of items in the food distribution program.
Okay, which are a little bit different than the regular food distributions that the what is it? What do they call it?
The business PPE.
Yeah. Oh, I forgot.
The Wild Horse Foundation. Councilmember Rodriguez has a question.
Yes.
Yeah, I just wanted to emphasize the fact that no one here would want to limit access to resources for anyone, especially for food, if that is what's needed for our residents. I do think that we have been provided a very limited amount of funds to stretch over a wider amount of needs. And so when we bring back this item to talk about the remaining balance for these programs and discuss what other opportunities we have, we should also discuss what partnerships we can make in order to address those needs. Because it's not this resource or nothing. There is the LA Regional Food Bank. There is our amazing partner, Wild Horse Foundation. There are ways that we can still meet need and meet even more need than we already are. And so that's the recommendation.
Councilmember Montanez.
Yeah, I just want to second that there are a lot of partners out there, especially on the food. That's probably one of the areas where we can, put together partnerships, grants, requests to probably bring in even additional resources for that. We have had some of our local business partners, some of the local, the union, I know Local 11, for example, reached out to say, can we support food drives in the city? So I just want to second that I think right now CDBG dollars are just more, I think those are the kind of, those are the resources dollars that we really have to look at to see how we maximize an investment into like the business community, into people that are at the point of losing their housing, as we just heard from, the resident earlier today, and then go after the kind of the lower hanging fruit, which is the food, and build those partnerships. They do exist. And I, for one, would be, willing to work with Julianne, with you, to try to figure out like who we can go work with so that people continue to get food, and good food, delivered, not just the canned food, but good quality food. Or there's other ways we could think about it. Even if they get $100 gift certificate, can that be spent again in a local store that helps the local business, and the money gets reinvested back into the community? So I would love to work with you on like what we can do, because I agree with you, Vice Mayor, that we don't want to take that safety net away from people. But I do agree with Councilmember Rodriguez that there are other partnerships that we can do to make sure that additional resources come in. So it's not taking from one to give to the other, but we go and we try to get resources, especially for food, that we can bring in, I think, from other partners.
Thank you. Vice Mayor, did you have any more questions?
No, I think that's all. Thank you.
Okay, so Nick, you can just add this to the agenda and for the next meeting, and highlight those items that have been discussed. And I guess it will be an action item agenda. And now we are on item 6, consideration to approve a professional services agreement. Who is going to be speaking to that item?
That is going to be Mr. Baumgartner, and we also have a representative from Tool Design.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Mayor and council members. I just wanted to give you a brief presentation on our Safe and Active Streets implementation plan. And then going back, giving you a little bit of history on the plan itself, which promotes active transportation through the city, focused on mainly on bicycling and walking. This was a plan that was worked on in 2016 and 2017 with our consultants, city staff, an advisory committee made up of different community leaders, business owners, church leaders, school leaders, members of the community, and went through several rounds of extensive community input to help develop a vision for walkability and biking in the city based on community values. Through these efforts with the community, the values we're focused on were spending time outdoors, feeling safe in the community, and having access to nature, open space, and car-free areas. And the vision that came out of that plan was envisioning an equitable, inclusive, and engaged San Fernando community in which walking and bicycling are the safest and most comfortable transportation options for all trip types, that are integral part of daily life for people of all ages, abilities, and income levels, and encourage fun and free play among San Fernando residents of all backgrounds. So this work was done in 2016 and 2017, and in the beginning of 2018, the Safe and Active Streets Plan was adopted by City Council. There were 6 goals of the plan, focused on mobility, of walking and biking through the city, doing so safely, adding elements that are attractive along our infrastructure that promote getting out and walking and biking, public health issues, removing car trips off the road and reducing noise and improving air quality, as well as just getting people out to walk and bike in itself could help improve public health through our community. The goal of awareness focused on education and getting the word out about different modes of transportation, as well as community and wellness, which is looking at options to further engage the community, get them out to do more biking and walking. The Safe and Active Streets Plan aims to increase walking and biking. It looks at promoting better circulation from one part of the city to the other, and again, reducing noise and improving air quality. The plan talks about measures and metrics for evaluating the progress of goals over time. So that would be looking at, by conducting regular annual pedestrian and biking counts to measure how things are improving over time. Are people using these modes of transportation more? As well as looking at accident data and how changes and projects that we're doing are improving those accident rates in the city. It established a baseline for routes, bike routes, the condition of sidewalks, their widths, parkways in the sidewalks, curb ramps. The nice thing about the plan is it does a fairly detailed survey of things like curb ramps in the city and areas where there are none or where we need to make improvements to those curb ramps. So having that survey data is very helpful moving forward. Looking at improvements that can be made at intersections and crosswalks as well. The plan did a very good job of thoroughly examining existing routes to all of our schools in the city. And if you look at the plan, probably a good third of it is just detailing all the effort that went at each one of those schools, working on what are impediments to safe mobility to those schools, and what are some areas to make improvements. So again, there's a lot of great data in that original Safe and Active Streets Plan regarding school routes. And then prioritizing projects in key areas of the city, creating some cost estimates, and reviewing the full gamut of funding options for active transportation projects available to the city. Back in 2018 and into 2019, Local Governments Commission, which is a nonprofit group, approached the city and assisted the city in obtaining a Sustainable Communities grant through Caltrans that is focused on next steps, which is implementation of those findings in the Safe and Active Streets Plan. And those grant funds, which were successfully acquired of $141,000, go to fully cover the contract with LGC, as well as the contract we'll be talking tonight with Tool Design for handling the actual transportation design. LGC was awarded a contract in July of last year through the council and is responsible for the community outreach effort and overall project coordination. They were tasked with helping us bring in an experienced transportation design through an RFP process that happened in November of last year. And we received very good proposals from 5 experienced firms in the region. And we decided on Tool Design as the group, which was made up of a couple members from LGC, as well as a couple of public works staff. And reviewing those proposals, we made a unanimous top selection for Tool Design. Tool Design is a leading national firm in active transportation with offices in the LA region. The project manager assigned to this project, Mr. Carlos Hernandez, grew up in San Fernando. And I can't emphasize enough how rare and unique this opportunity is to have an individual who really understands and can internalize the mobility issues within the city to be able to be our project manager on this project. Mr. Hernandez is an avid cyclist that understands San Fernando's regional role. Within their proposal, there's actually a discussion about how while he was a student at CSUN, he was actually riding his bike from town to CSUN every day to attend classes. So he can really speak to the regional connection from San Fernando as you leave the valley. So that's another really rare opportunity to have somebody who really understands our connection regionally. He's worked on multiple active transportation projects throughout Southern California, and he serves as a board member for the organization Los Angeles Walks. And at the end of this presentation, I actually have Mr. Hernandez on the call. He could speak to his experience and answer any specific questions on the work that Tool Design will be doing. They will be providing up to 8 conceptual designs, and they're looking at the priorities that were established in the Safe and Active Streets Plan, and through the process, the community engagement process for the implementation plan, we'll be developing 8 conceptual designs that focus on areas where we can make some improvements. And one of the other things that was very nice to see in their proposal that kind of made them stand out was Tool Design discussed identifying opportunities for short-term rapid implementation projects where for a low cost, what are some things we can do right away to kind of keep the momentum going as we work on longer term improvements. So this was a nice thing to be able to read and something that Tool Design will be helping us identify these opportunities. Going through the implementation plan process just a little bit, again, it's going to involve extensive outreach, which will involve Local Governments Commission, Tool Design, city staff, an advisory group that I'll be going into in a little more detail, as well as the community at large. One of the things Mr. Hernandez mentioned was the ability for this community engagement to adapt to more innovative and socially distant formats under COVID-19, which will obviously be very important as we proceed on this project. Our first step is really establishing this advisory group of 15 to 20 members. And similar to the first time around, we'll be looking at leaders, members from local schools, business owners, places of worship, community organizations, our city council and our transportation and safety commission, as well as city staff, including our police department. The advisory group will be identifying issues and opportunities for biking and walking in the city and providing us guidance on design, reviewing the findings and recommendations that Tool Design develops. And they'll be meeting 3 times. So first to identify safety issues, possible event locations, helping kind of further defines stakeholders and an engagement strategy. So the advisory group will be very involved in helping shape that whole process. And that'll be coming up fairly soon. I think as soon as we kick the project off, we'll be reaching out to more members. But actually LGC has already started to work on this effort. But we'll be continuing to do that as we move forward in the next few weeks to a month. A second meeting will be helping to review the outreach and planning for the design charrette and identifying priority locations and projects for the city. And then finally, reviewing a draft outline of the implementation plan and the recommendations and concepts that are developed by Tool Design. One of the first things that Tool will be working on is documenting the existing conditions by reviewing existing data and plans, looking at the original plan itself. It's just chock full of a lot of information that's very useful. However, some of the data is a little old. If you look at it, some of that accident data is based on a range from 2009 to 2013. So Tool Design, along with staff, could be looking at more up-to-date, accurate data to see what changes have happened. And then filling in gaps with open source data and imagery. Also providing new photographs and video for engagement events, new maps with summary statistics that can be used to initiate discussions with the community. And importantly, they'll be conducting 6 2-hour walking assessments and 2 2-hour bicycling assessments prior to the charrette, where we can be capturing notes and feedback from stakeholders for each location and informing that process that will be presented during the charrette. And then looking at that charrette a little more closely, it's a 2-day process that Tool Design will be heavily involved in. We'll be observing conditions at key locations and corridors, hosting a public meeting to introduce the project, presenting draft recommendations from the original Safe and Active Streets plan, and discussing opportunities and challenges. And on day 2, the team will be hosting 2 to 3 focus sessions with these key stakeholders to explore safety issues and priorities for walking and biking in the city, which will culminate in a public session presenting these initial concepts and priority projects for feedback. From there, Tool will be developing concepts and recommendations, again, up to 8 conceptual plans and cost estimates that would be suitable for grant applications. So we would be able to take this information and apply for grants to help us take these projects to the next level. The designs will focus on safety and comfort improvements for pedestrian and cycling mobility, social equity, especially related to young people and older adults, impacts to other modes of transit, other modes such as transit, freight, and bicycle facilities, the ongoing maintenance and construction costs, which is really important to focus on during this process, new mobility such as first and last mile options, as well as access, constructability, ease of implementation, and ADA impacts. The designs will include roadway and intersection layouts with the recommended features and impacts shown on the plans, as well as cost estimates that can identify the benefits to help justify the projects moving forward. They'll be helping to develop a funding and implementation matrix, which is a strategy based on priorities and the project costs. So the goal would be to identifying short-term projects that can be completed rather quickly, as well as long-term projects that have a higher in cost but provide substantial benefits to the community. Projects would be categorized based on improvement types, locations that align with potential funding sources. And again, getting back to this idea of phasing in rapid implementation projects that can keep the momentum going. These would be low-cost implementation methods. As an example, where might we be able to do some simple painting and striping to quickly make an intersection safer in the community versus things that require a more detailed physical construction. So they could help us identify areas where these rapid implementation projects can be developed and put into good use. And then finally, they're going to be working on developing an administrative draft plan where they present their findings that are enhanced by graphical layouts that become a very user-friendly document that anybody in our community can follow. There will be appendices, just like with the Safe and Active Streets plan from 2018. There'll be appendices with detailed information from all the engagement and analyses that were done. A draft plan workshop, and this is a really important part in the process, a final workshop where our community could provide input and suggest changes to the plan. And then a final plan that is based on feedback from this workshop that Tool will make revisions and they can finalize, where we can bring this back to City Council for final adoption. Right now, if everything works well, the schedule calls for completing this during this year and coming to City Council in December of this year, later in this year, December 2021. And essentially that's what I have. I can open up to questions. And also, like I said, I have Mr. Carlos Hernandez here from Tool Design, who could also speak to any technical questions, specific questions you might have. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councilmember Montanez.
All right, can I chair this committee, this ad hoc? I love it. This is great. I'm a walker, as probably a lot of people know. So I have lots of recommendations already going through my head, but this is really wonderful. I think a lot of people in the community will definitely get excited about this next phase where we actually get into the implementation plan. We all know in San Fernando, there's lots of people that walk their kids to school, or they walk to the bus stop, or they ride their bikes to get to work or to get to public transportation, or we do it for fun or for health. And so I think this was going to really get a lot of community excitement. And so I want to emphasize how important it is to do as thorough of community outreach as we possibly can do. Because I think this can be one of those that just brings the community together. And gets people to submit, their thoughts and their ideas as they're walking or biking around town. So just having, making sure that, with kickoff meeting is with the entire community at some point, and not just with the advisory committee or the advisory council. I know we can't do door to door right now because of COVID, but figuring out, what we do through social media or through our website. I think there was conversations about having like an active website where people can actually go in and provide input to get folks engaged. A presentation to like the schools, because in the parent centers, so many moms and dads walk their, guardians walk their kids to school. You see that everywhere. I think most of us live by local schools, and you see just people walking their kids. And so I like that you're having an overlap with the safe routes to schools. So overlapping that, I think is really important. And then the only thing I would say on the goals that I didn't really hear you talk much about, that I'd like for you to have additional climate considerations. So issues like extreme heat. In the city of San Fernando, the modeling for climate change and extreme heat shows San Fernando having a doubling or tripling of days that are 95 degrees or hotter. So that means that in a regular year, you could have over 120 days of the year that are 95 degrees or hotter. That becomes a public health issue because people end up in hospitals. And what research that we're doing in my job, it shows that mortality rates go up, morbidity rates go up, because during those days of extreme heat, and that really impacts communities like San Fernando that have very low tree canopy coverage. So if you could look at those issues overlaying those climate considerations, so that we could add increased tree canopy coverage, potentially look at, what we do with stormwater runoff, which is a conversation, obviously, Matt, you and I are having a lot on what we do to look at stormwater runoff and like bioswales and all of that, but not impacting, enhancing the pedestrian experience in the city. And then finally is just looking at Metro's first mile, last mile, and overlapping that with this plan. I know the Trust for Public Lands actually did a study where they identified like the top 100 bus stops in metro service territory that that are exposed to, you know, things like extreme heat that could really use additional just enhancements. And so of course that goes with like our safe and active streets. So overall, I mean, this is just, it's great. It's wonderful to have Carlos working on it. I don't know, Carlos, does he still live in San Fernando or not anymore?
Hey, this is Carlos. Yeah, I still live in San Fernando.
Yay, Carlos. Okay, good. So Carlos, you know everything. It's wonderful to have you working on this, you know, as an active, you know, biker clearly and a walker. So, you know the issues, right? And so it's just really going to be great, Carlos, to have you working on this. And so, you know, we as a council, I know, look forward to working with you. And the advisory council, I think, could really play an active role. So anyways, Madam Mayor, if there's an ad hoc on this, count me in to do what I can to help with this. And then, you know, let's make this one something that's very special for our community because it's highly needed.
Thank you. Councilmember Rodriguez.
Thank you. I echo what Councilmember Montañez has said, and thank you, Matt, for preparing this presentation. Carlos, we're super excited to have you on board for this. The fact that you come from our community and are coming back to help it improve, and you'll have insight into how we can do the best community engagement possible is really exciting. I am also really interested in participating in however I can to represent the council on the advisory group. In addition to what Councilmember Montañez mentioned about climate, which I think is really important, so thank you for adding that. I'm really interested in seeing us leverage other investments that are happening in the city as part of this, since we'll be selecting projects to move forward with first to pursue grants. I know there's other projects in the pipeline and already have been decided, like the one at Rec Park to capture rainwater. How can we, if we know that's going to disrupt access to the public, how can we invest some of these resources to dedicate real, true transformational change in that area or other areas that have a high traffic and a non-COVID reality, so that when we all get back to it, people are really seeing this change. I really am excited about this short-term, long-term approach and phasing in projects so that we can make sure the community sees the work that's being done and have work be done that's sustainable. I definitely think there's been potentially underinvestment in certain areas of the city though. So an equitable distribution of these resources I think is really important. So I think that would take Carlos and Matt an analysis of where we have invested dollars and where we could invest more, again, to create that transformational change and not leave any section of the city out. And yeah, I'm really excited. I'd also love to be involved. I have my background in community development. So the idea of ensuring that we connect all these projects to each other and other work being done is really, really exciting. So thank you and staff for all your work on this. I'm really looking forward to seeing it get done.
Vice Mayor. Are you on mute, Vice Mayor?
Yes, here I am.
Okay.
I just wanted to say great points that were made. And I just had some questions. I don't know Carlos Hernandez, so I hope to be able to see or meet you soon. But you know, in terms of the studies that you're going to do, where you do the walk, the 2-hour walk or the 2-hour biking within the city, I just wanted to make sure that you incorporate during our peak hours, you know, in the evening and the morning rush, like Hubbard and San Fernando Road and Truman, the time that the train is passing by, and then if we get the light rail going through, that we take those things into consideration. That's just something that I'm really eager to see this project moving forward. Thank you.
Absolutely. If I can just respond to that briefly. We definitely focus our observations either with the community or observations we do individually, or if we conduct new traffic counts, we always capture peak hours. And, during COVID, we've sort of noticed a trend where peak hour traffic has changed a little bit. So we definitely want to coordinate with Matt and with the advisory committee on selecting the best time periods. But that's a great observation.
Thank you.
Yeah, the council made all the comments I had in my mind. So great job, Matt. Oh, really appreciate your work and looking forward to meeting that very interesting young man. I get to hear his voice, but I don't get to see his face. So anyway, thank you so much. Thank you so much. And we'll move on to our next item.
And Mayor, we need to take a vote to,
Okay.
I'll motion to approve the contract.
I second.
Is there, okay. Roll call, please.
Yes, Councilmember Rodriguez.
Yes.
Councilmember Pacheco, he's absent. Councilmember Montanez.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Mendoza.
Yes.
Mayor Ballin.
Yes. And the motion passes. Thank you very much. We are now on item number 7, consideration to award a professional service agreement. Nick, who's going to?
yes, Director of Recreation Community Services, Julian Venegas, will lead us in this discussion.
Okay.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and council members. I have a presentation regarding the consideration to award a professional service agreement to More Like Canafano and Goatsmith, Inc. for the design of the Lane Park revitalization project. Background on this particular item, I won't go through every particular point, but 2 important or 3 important dates regarding this was that back in July 19th, 2019, the City Council approved a application to our 6 parks, which were Recreation Park, Pioneer Park, Las Palmas, Rudy Ortega Senior Park, Pacoima Wash Natural Park, and Lane Park to apply for the Prop 68 grant that will allow revitalization and building infrastructure in the new parks, in the parks, that is. Back on February the 25th, the state announced that we were awarded a grant for the Lane Park revitalization project. So we started a notice of bids on September 21st, 2020, inviting experienced firms to provide the services of designing and providing the specs for the design of the Lane project. We received 9 particular proposals from these 9 experienced firms that came out. Staff reviewed those proposals and selected the top 4 for further consideration. On December 9th, 2020, a selection committee consisting of the director, myself, the director of public works, and the civic engineer assistant 2 conducted interviews of the top 4 firms to determine which firm would be the best to meet the needs of the city. Now, we based our application and our RFP on the Park Master Plan, which was passed back on February 2018. The Park Master Plan provides a blueprint and a vision for what the community wanted in regards to facility improvements and recreational programming. So based on those, on the Park Master Plan and also community meetings we had during the application project to decide what we wanted to put in the Lane project. So the Lane project, basically, it is constructing a new restroom with power solar panels, constructing a new basketball court with lights, constructing an artificial turf youth soccer field with lights, adding or constructing new irrigation to the park, which would be a smart irrigation that will use sensors to determine the need of water, removing or replacing trees if needed, adding a bioswale in the project, planting non-invasive and drought-tolerant trees and shrubs, converting all existing and new lighting to LED, adding fencing along the alleyways, also renovating the play lot to add ADA accessibility and shading, installing shading for the picnic tables, and installing drinking fountains in the park. So when we released the bid back on September the 24th, we requested all these particular items in the bid, and we asked for the firm to develop a set of biddable plans and specifications for the project. The notice of any bids or the RFP closed on October the 22nd. And like I mentioned, we received 9 firms that submitted the proposals. A 5-member panel reviewed all the 9 bids and then made recommendations for the top 4. We based those recommendations on how well the firms responded to the minimum bid requirements, which was their proposal summary, a firm profile, the firm's qualification detailing experience on similar projects and clients, the project work plan, a project staffing description, and the proposed cost breakdown for the whole design element of this project. The firms that we invited included MIG, RJM Design Group, and SWA Los Angeles, and Verde Design. We conducted the interviews on December 9th, 2020, and asked various questions regarding how well the firms understood the needs of the city. All the firms that were selected were well-qualified firms. They were highly regarded in their field, but we really wanted to focus if the firms really understood what the city's need were and what the Lane Park revitalization project was. How the firm planned to implement those particular needs in the design, and also gauge what the firm, how would the gauge will firm with the city staff to ensure that the project would be completed on time and on budget. Each firm's vision was also, each firm's vision and philosophy was also looked at, and to see how those, again, their vision and their particular philosophy of working with clients would be included in the design. We looked at other elements such as a firm's initial concept design, any potential changes the firm or challenges the firm anticipated, and how they would minimize the likelihood of change orders once the project started. MIG provided a concise and detailed explanation of how the firm planned to meet those needs. Their responses were on target, conveying their vision of the project. MIG also looked or took into account the surrounding community and how the design would incorporate cultural and artistic elements in the project. Based on the criteria in the RFP, the interview process, and the review of the proposal submitted, the top 4 firms, the most suitable firm and the overall criteria that met all the criteria, understanding the project, qualifications of the consulting team, relative project experience, and approach to the project and methodology, we propose that MIG would be the best firm to provide this project. The firm cost the proposal cost from MIG would be $189,804. The grant allocates approximately $250,000 $50,000 towards the pre-construction costs, and all of MIG's consulting work would fall under that particular category. Any money left over after the design would be reallocated to the remaining construction costs. I would recommend that we award a professional service agreement to MIG not to exceed $189,804, and would welcome any questions regarding this particular item.
Councilmember Montanez.
Okay, thank you, Julian, for that. So we are going with a reputable firm that has done, I think extensive work in parks, and so that's good. We need additional park space. I think we all know San Fernando has 1.16 acres per a park space per every 1,000 residents. So we are definitely a park poor community. So here's some of the questions. Okay, so are these improvements going to have to go through any environmental review?
No, we already did an environmental review in the application process. All of the projects are improvements to the existing site. No, the construction, other than just light, are not considered different to the environment.
Okay, so I'd like to go through, for example, the parking considerations. How many parking spots do we have at Lane Park?
We do not have no parking at all. It's all on-street parking.
So how do we not have environmental impacts if there's no parking?
Well, based on the CEQA, that the project itself does not require it because there's no existing parking now.
So even if we're adding in higher uses, because primarily sports like leagues potentially, there isn't anything that requires additional environmental review for parking?
No.
Okay, so I would like to see just a detailed explanation of that. I'm concerned that that there isn't any parking. We all know Lane Park has no parking, and it doesn't, there's very little parking in that neighborhood. Every time you go there, there isn't a lot of parking. So I think it's important to understand like how many additional, just if we're doing it for sports, right? We have basically a soccer field, 10 and under, and we have a basketball court that's being proposed. There's a picnic table, there's a playground, and the park is, I think, half an acre. So in an area that's already not parked. So I would just strongly just encourage, please send me like the reasons why there doesn't have to be additional review, but engagement of that community. We do need to notify the residents, I would say from, probably even the businesses, but definitely the residents where residential homes start from First Street, probably to Glen Oaks, from Hubbard to Maclay, because those are the residential areas that walk to Lane Park, to just let them know what's happening. The last thing that we want is for people to start seeing, plans approved or construction moving forward at some point where people are not aware of, just an intensity of use just because of the uses that are being proposed. Okay, so additional community involvement, I would say at least 2 or 3 community meetings, sending a flyer to the residents in that area since we have a little bit more time, with the draft kind of design, clearly explaining like what's going in there. Is this something that I just very strongly recommend? The other thing, I think it's great that there is the native plants and trees, the emphasis on that. Really want to continue to see that. If there's possibilities to have interpretive signage of why we do that. Permeable surfaces, I'm concerned that with the turf that you actually do the opposite, because in order to install the turf, you have to harden the ground. And so you are reducing permeability. So we should really look, I'm not a parks expert, but a lot of people that play on these turfs complain about how hot it gets and how difficult it is to maintain. And some places are just saying, we wish we would have never put in the turf because it's just very expensive for us to maintain because it gets ruined really quickly. And then if they don't maintain it, it makes playing soccer even more difficult. People get injured. So we should really look at the artificial turf to make sure that if the soccer field ends up actually going there, that that the turf is actually something that's going to be beneficial to the city and that the city is actually going to be able to maintain because it will be damaged. I actually do recommend looking at joint use with local schools for real soccer fields. So there's a lot of local schools, private schools and public schools in the area that have fields. And so maybe a better approach would be to design soccer fields at one of the local schools, since we are, again, very underserved in terms of like just being built out and not having enough space for new parks. Again, with the interpretive signage, I saw that there's a bioswale that's in there. I'm not sure if the bioswale is actually designed for real capture or if it's just an element that's added to it. But I would like to have, additional information on how much water capture is actually going in from the bioswale. And potentially, I would say also that area does get a lot of rain. So it's an interesting conversation, Julian. I would say you and Matt should probably just have that conversation to see if there are elements for stormwater capture that could be incorporated into Lane Park to prevent the runoff that goes onto, First Street primarily, and in those areas. There are resources, as we know, for stormwater with the Safe Clean Water program. So if there is any possibilities for some type of water capture, I think that would be great. Is the alley city, that's city property, right? Not private property. Is there any way to add a green alley component to that alley to enhance the alley as well with this project is another question that I have. Because I think that would be interesting. Otherwise you kind of leave that site kind of not fully designed. So if we could do a green alley, again, with the benefit of stormwater and greening it, I think that would be another interesting thing. The other question I have is the solar powered restrooms. Is it 100% solar powered?
Yeah, the idea is to the restroom be sustainable, having solar power to run the lights and any particular electrical needs inside the building. Okay,
so again, making sure that maintenance that the city will maintain the solar system is really important, because the last thing we want is for lights to be out. That has happened in parks throughout the city of Los Angeles where they're not able to maintain their solar systems, and then the facilities are shut down. So when we build, especially with a lot of beautiful little kids, 10 and under, you got to build very sturdy, right, and durable, so that the use could be as much use as you possibly can, and then it's not ruined because of the elements. So I know MIG understands all of this, so I'm glad that they're also on the call today and listening. I would say natural shading as opposed to structures is really important. And then again, going back to the arguments that I was saying earlier on the safer safer routes, is that the extreme heat and low tree canopy coverage is an issue. Please do not remove any trees. I don't think it's necessary to remove trees. There's only a handful of trees there. They are some mature trees. Those trees should not be removed. And the last thing I will say is actually it's not designed in there, again, like the green alley isn't designed, and neither is the connection to the bike path. So if
I want to remind you, council member, that this is a contract of approval,
yeah,
and we're giving, and one council member doesn't give direction for all council members. It's a discussion.
Right.
And, okay.
We're just putting those questions out on the, just putting those points out on the table so that they are in the public record as well. Designing into the bike path, I think, is really important. There, it literally connects there. So being able to design into the bike path is really important. So if we could actually do that too, again, it's good that.
Because we are kind of getting into the substance of the project as opposed to the qualifications of the consultant being hired for the project. And respectfully, I mean, we are sort of getting into the minutia of the project itself, which is kind of beyond the scope.
And the
Right, but
contract.
the scope, but what we're signing is the contract, and the contract has it as a scope of services attached to the contract.
Right, but to the extent that we're now getting into the details about
But
how
it's in the contract.
will be administered, how it, what.
But Richard, it's in the contract. So I'm just talking about what's in the contract. The scope of services are in the contract.
Well, to the extent that you're just describing them, that's one thing, but to the extent that we're now turning this into sort
No,
of.
but the city
selection-
council, does the city council have the right to amend a contract?
The city council does have a right to discuss the contract. If there was an RFP and there were certain terms under which the contract was submitted, there may be some limitations to just unilaterally changing it. Again, I think there's obviously some very fruitful discussion, but I think this is also kind of getting beyond what.
I disagree. If we are discussing a contract and we're asking the city council to sign off on a contract, we have to know what the details of the contract, and in the contract, the scope of services is attached.
Right.
So what we're
right.
signing off on is a scope of services.
Right.
Could I clarify a little bit? The contract has a provision where the consultant will come back to city council for approval. So they're coming and this is just a contract saying they're going to start it. The initial phase is they're going to come to the city staff, we'll talk about what we're looking at, what we're talking about, but the final approval of the design is going to be in city's council hand. So they're going to take some time to look at it. The points that you're making now, we could definitely bring and let them know about it, but this is not the final design. This is.
No, I understand that, but it is what we're approving as a contract that has the scope of services attached. So everything that I'm pointing out is what I got off of the scope of services that are attached to the contract.
Okay. But the council will have two.
Yes, I understand that that's in the scope of services as well. Yeah, so I understand that. I just so everybody understands that as a council, when we sign off on contracts, we are also signing off what's attached as the scope of services. So we as a council do retain our ability to always change the scope of services until I just want to make sure that that's why I feel that going through the details is really important, because then the contractor could come back and say, well, that was never brought up at a city council meeting and direction was never given to us. And what's in the scope of services is what ultimately that's the binding contract. Okay, and then so then the last thing is just kind of more on the history of Lane Park, and not forgetting that element, right? That Lane Park was deeded by Floyd and Nellie Lane back in 1948, and the Lanes were lived in San Fernando many years. I think many of us know at least some of the Lanes, and it was it was part of the history of San Fernando. So any elements that could really go into just talking about the history of San Fernando, the Lane family and who the Lane family was, I think is important, but then also the connection back to the bike path and the railroad. And as we do the interpretive signage in the park, it would just be really wonderful to add those elements into it. Elements that were not included in the RFP, elements not included in the scope of services, but I think really important elements to always add that historical, just the touch, the feel to whatever we're designing in San Fernando. Okay, so that's it. Those are my comments. And if we are good at moving forward with this contract, I just want to be able to hear from MIG if they're on the call still, that they're open to these discussions.
Nick and Richard, I have to ask you, it sounds like this is an amendment of the scope of work.
Well, I would simply say that if there is a specific proposed amendment to the scope of work, that once all the council members have had an opportunity to talk, I think we've only gotten through one council member at this point.
Okay.
We need to be sure, if there is some sort of an ask to amend the scope of work, we will need to be clear about what that specific ask is in whatever motion is forthcoming. All
right. Councilmember Rodriguez.
Thank you. I think some of a major takeaway from my colleagues' comments is I think there's definitely an opportunity for us as a council to discuss how we just incorporate our environmental priorities as a city in all of the projects that we're doing. And I recognize a lot of this work has been done before some of us were elected, but moving forward, we could work together to ensure that, the same way the Safe and Active Streets program is designed, we can find ways to leverage each of these projects to make them the most that they could be and the best for the city, both now and in the future, to make us more resilient. Other than that, I love this. I'd like to continue the conversation about what else we could do, either to enhance this project or complement it with other projects. I think the alley is a great opportunity, even as the city has recently explored adding additional murals to the city, which we know can increase walkability and vibrancy and be one of those avenues to showcase the history of our city. This could be a chance to do that. So I just look forward to connecting all of these projects, making them the best they could be. And I want to thank staff for their due diligence and going through all of these applicants and selecting the right candidates that definitely showcase that they're here to reflect the city of San Fernando. So just thank you so much.
Vice Mayor?
Thank you. Thank you for all the comments. They were great. And I'm really just happy to see that it's they're looking at ADA compliance. It's going to be energy efficient. It's going to be lit with lighting and sub-drain systems, water conservation, great irrigation, shading, trees or whatever is appropriate for whatever locations they plan other type of shading for. And so I'm just, I'm happy to see this move forward. Thank you.
Yeah, one of my concerns, Julian, is, and I'm in agreement with Councilmember Montanez, turf. I do not support turf for soccer. And if you remember way back a few years ago, that World Soccer Tournament, the men did not have to play on turf, but the women did. And it was very, very hot. And they protested. So I don't think that's the place for turf. It's very costly. It's hot for our young people during the summer months. And there's nothing like rolling around in grass, not turf. So I don't support turf at all. And with that, yes.
I'm sorry, I didn't. The parking, I think that's something that we should look at, I think, because we do have parking issues throughout the city. So we should look at that.
Look, Nick, maybe you can add. There just isn't parking at Lane Park. How do we create parking when there's no parking? I live close to Lane Park and I know what the situation is. And my grandkids have enjoyed Lane Park. My kids have enjoyed Lane Park. And actually, one thing I want to see one day at one of our parks is a splash pad. But anyway, Nick, how do we address the parking at Lane Park if we're now going to host soccer games?
So let me provide a little bit of feedback and what I think a good path forward is, or what I would recommend as a path forward. I do like how I appreciate all the specific feedback from Councilmember Montanez. I do think that's helpful for staff to understand. I do appreciate Councilmember Rodriguez. I think the opportunity, I wrote down the opportunity to incorporate our environmental priorities, I think is really key. So let's bring a lot of these environmentals. Let's review these with Meg, and they may already have ideas, and let them do their job as far as for now, and look at potential creative ways to incorporate some additional parking spots potentially. And I do, we do have a little bit of additional funding in the soft cost portion of this grant. I do think additional notification specific to that area. Obviously the Parks Master Plan was a citywide effort. Let us go through that, or I would recommend that we review this, approve the contract, or consider approving the contract with MIG. They're a very qualified firm. They know what they're doing. we can share a lot of these ideas with them, see if that would result in some sort of change to the scope of the contract. Some of this may already be they may already be thinking that this is part of the scope. So let us have that conversation with them, and if we need to, we can always come back with an amendment if it's required. Otherwise, I think the ideas that we're getting here are really helpful to at least incorporate into the design. Not all of them may be feasible, but I do think that we want to give MIG that opportunity to do their work and design these with some additional public notification right in that immediate area. And then we can come back if there are additional costs. We did come in a little under budget in this, so that could be an opportunity if necessary.
Okay, so
Excuse me, Vice Mayor, are there any questions?
No questions.
Yeah, mine was just a process question.
Okay.
So to the city attorney, so what's the right way for us to, what would be the most appropriate motion for us to put on the table that basically, instead of having to list everything that we as a council just discussed, is to have MIG and the city take into consideration the just issues, concerns, suggestions that were currently just put on the table by different council members.
Yeah, am I on mute here? Just a second.
No,
okay.
You're not.
First of all, what I want to explain is I certainly appreciate the energy and enthusiasm for the issues that are being discussed here, and I don't want anything I'm saying to be construed as somehow diminishing that. Part of the challenge here is the manner in which most contracts kind of come to us, and usually there is some sort of solicitation effort where the different parties are asked to submit proposals based on certain parameters spelled out by the city, and their proposals are submitted based on those assumptions. So that also means that their pricing is sort of based on those assumptions. It is certainly not the case that the council cannot ask to modify terms like that if it wants to, and I would definitely say that before approving the contract is the time you want to do that. However, I kind of am beginning to wonder whether maybe some of these discussions are discussions that need to be had before these contracts are actually solicited, so that when we are formulating the criteria for the project, all of these very laudable, valid interests and concerns that council members are bringing can be worked into the proposal. That there's nothing absolutely wrong with that. I think the challenge in doing it at this stage is that it's a little unclear whether some of these changes may have some impact on the pricing structure, which means that we, as Nick said, we would either have to come back with an amendment because maybe some things will cost more, maybe some things will cost less. But if you do want to make a motion tonight to amend the contract, that's certainly your prerogative. What it does mean, though, is that we may have to have a conversation with the consultant to see if that's the amendments pencil out for them, because they may have based their proposal on certain assumptions that are now maybe a little off. But if there are some specific pointed sections that you think should be amended to add to the scope of work or to clarify the scope of work, I would simply say that as part of the motion to approve the contract, that somebody make some effort to kind of list out what those are, so that we're very clear what the direction was from council when it votes on the matter.
Okay, Councilmember Montanez, I see you would like to make the motion, but if you would wait just one moment, Councilmember Rodriguez has a question.
Yeah, I have two questions. My first one is just clarifying, kind of to your comment, Richard. Was council not involved with approving the RFP that went out for this?
I don't want to speak for staff. I don't know that that's the case or not. I will say this, though, that it really varies from city to city. There is no requirement that RFPs have to be approved by the council ahead of time. And in fact, to some degree, there might be an administrative inefficiency to bringing every single RFP for every single contract to the city, so that there's probably not a practicality to that. But I think for stuff that maybe has a little more significance to the city, maybe a little more importance to some of the bigger vision of the city, I've done this in other cities. Sometimes it is a good idea to have these conversations up front so that you can have an RFP that doesn't miss anything from anybody's perspective, that it's an opportunity for the council to be clear about what it wants and also to be clear as a group so that it's the group making a decision about what collectively it wants the RFP to do. I don't know if the opportunity here is a little awkward for this, but again, if there were going to be a time to propose an amendment, that would be tonight. The only thing I would caution is that it may require staff to have some sort of a follow-up conversation with the consultant to see if anything that gets added or changed, mucks up the pricing and
So,
it might.
yeah.
It might not.
So that's my second question, right? From my experience, like RFPs would go to council for approval first and then go out, and then
Right.
of course this is with the city of Los Angeles, but also the current proposal in front of us is both to select MIG for professionals, like as the awardee for this RFP, and then second to that is granting the authority to execute like the contract with them.
Correct.
So is it possible that we could, in response to Councilmember Montañez's comments, accept that they have been awarded, their proposal was selected, and then prior to signing this contract, there's an ability to provide feedback to the scope of services?
Yeah, so there may need to be a conversation just post approval. The council is certainly free to approve a contract subject to certain terms that it deems warranted and necessary. The problem when you're dealing with RFPs though is that people have already submitted their proposals kind of with certain assumptions built in. So it kind of requires a little bit of reconsidering. There are instances too where too much post RFP tinkering leaves you exposed to potential non-winners saying, well, hey, you're allowing this guy to now kind of alter that. I could have done that and I could have done it cheaper. Why didn't you afford me that opportunity? So that's sometimes the danger in when you have an RFP, when you try to change too much. Now, I don't know the particulars of this RFP. This was not one that I reviewed. Some of them do give wiggle room for the council to negotiate terms. This is a professional services agreement. So the good news there is that we're not bound by strict competitive bidding laws. We don't have to award it to the lowest bidder. We just have to award it in a way that's consistent with our purchasing policies, which assuming the RFP gave us some ability to fiddle around with the terms at this point, then I don't see any harm in that. I hope that answered your question. If not, okay. I'll keep going.
Councilman Rodriguez, this particular RFP did come before council for approval. So they did review it prior to approving it. And then also the new elements that Councilman Montañez suggested would be a cost that would be towards the end, not particularly with the services the MIG will be providing. They're providing the design. So if we have a new element that we want to design, that's going to be the back end of the final cost of the total project and not necessarily the cost of this particular contract. So this contract is basically asking for design. So if we have new elements we want to interject in the overall general scope, that they'll design it, and then they're going to tell us how much those particular elements are going to cost. So the final cost will be at the end, not at this particular point.
I understand. So it sounds like there will be opportunity to provide input for the design work, which is what they're being selected for, not the actual construction and actually implementing these things, but we can add elements. So thank you both for that clarifying information.
Okay, is there a motion?
I mean, I think that because there are so many concerns or questions that maybe it would be appropriate for Julian to go back to MIG with the discussions about the artificial turf, the parking, kind of the larger, all the issues brought up with MIG, and come back to us with a scope of services that actually reflects more what we're talking about. Because if we move forward with this, the artificial turf is in there. They're going to be designing with artificial turf. And there is no parking that's designed into this scope of service. So I'm concerned about that. So I think to do this right, because this is gonna hopefully be for the, they deeded this property 1948. And here we are talking about it in 2020. So, this is gonna be something.
2021.
Yeah, 2021. No, that's right. 2021.
I don't
So
mention
this is gonna be
2020.
again, for the next 50, 60 years. So I'd
Mhm.
rather us get it right than not. I mean, I would make a motion to finalize the contract at the next city council meeting.
Is there a second to the motion?
I'll second that motion.
Roll call, please.
Yes, Councilmember Rodriguez,
Yes.
Councilmember Pacheco, he is absent. Councilmember Montanez,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Mendoza,
No.
and Mayor Ballin.
No.
So we
The
have a,
motion fails because it's a 2-2 tie. If the council does not anticipate that there will be a definitive vote tonight, then perhaps this is a matter more appropriately addressed when we have a full 5-member complement to break.
I agree.
Yeah, staff can bring back this item at January 19th.
That sounds good to me.
Yeah, it takes some time to address some of these concerns. That way you get 5-0.
Yeah.
Okay. So the motion failed. And now we are at the item 8, consideration to approve the city council liaison list. Let me get there. One of the things on the list, I want to make some recommended changes right off is council member. We have 4 council members interested in League of Cities. And I asked the city clerk if she would, write the council members who are interested in it and being the representative for League of Cities on the little piece of paper card and to draw a name. So we would draw, the first name would be for the representative and the second would be for the alternate. Is everyone all right with that? Are we okay?
I don't know if my name's in that list, but if it is, I don't need to be on the list.
Okay, so then it would just be Council Member Pacheco, the Vice Mayor, and Council Member Rodriguez. So, City Clerk, would you draw a name?
okay, my first draw is Vice Mayor Mendoza.
And the second draw, who's the alternate?
Mayor Ballin.
No, I don't.
You're not in it. Let me
I'm
draw
not in
one
it.
more time.
Yeah, draw one more time. No.
Councilmember Rodriguez.
Okay, congratulations to the two of you. The other change I'd like to make on item 8, I have for COG, the Vice Mayor as the primary and myself as the alternate, but I want to change that to Councilmember Rodriguez. She expressed interest in participating in the COG. And I believe that we also discussed an ad hoc committee for the active street ad hoc. Now, I do know that Councilmember Pacheco would be interested in that. So, City Clerk, would you please include Councilmember Pacheco, Rodriguez, and Councilmember Montanez in the ad hoc for the active street ad hoc?
So Mayor, before
yeah.
we move on to ad hocs, can I make a suggestion that we dispense with the liaison assignments? I believe if all of the other liaison assignments are acceptable. I would suggest.
Okay. You're right, you're right. Okay, so you all have the list in front of you. Are you all, is that acceptable with, now I wanted to ask you, and I should have asked you earlier, Nick, we're showing for the Mall Association that it's vacant, and I thought we had agreed that staff would be the representative on the Mall Association rather than a council member.
So we're currently working with the Mall Association to draft a new MOU.
Okay,
And so we're expecting that tentative recommendation would be staff, and maybe a staff. Well, we want to finish that discussion with the Mall Association so that we can bring it back to council. So that's why we don't have in there appointed that's recommended until that MOU is finalized. And the council, obviously the council will have to approve the MOU before anything's finalized anyway.
okay.
I mean, I would volunteer to be the liaison. I'd love to be able to work with the Downtown Mall Merchants Association.
Well, I'd like us to wait till the MOU is signed off, and Nick's been working on it. And so when it comes back to us, then we'll go ahead and take a vote.
What's the timing on that, Nick?
It should be within the next 30 to 60 days. We have a draft from them. We're getting comments back to them very shortly. So it should come back to council relatively quickly.
Okay, maybe I'll just start attending their meetings because, I mean, they have issues going on now, like what we were talking about earlier with COVID and, a lot of other things. So I don't want to not have a liaison to the Mall Merchants Association.
Okay. And Nick, you're attending the meetings as well, or Tim, is that it?
Yeah, so when we're invited to the board meetings, we are. I don't believe that they're open to all. I don't think they're just generally open to the public. I think it's the mall merchants, when they have their board meetings, once in a while they'll invite us if there's a topic that they want to with the city on. So when it comes to the MOU, we are, they're asking that we are there.
Okay. Thank you very much.
The member is going to be present, and they're going to be present in their capacity as a council member. I would request that then that at least be something that's supported by city council.
Yeah, she would not be representing city council. She would just be attending the mall association board meetings, but not representing city council. Because that would take approval of the city council. Okay, so is everyone agreeable to the liaison assignments? Is that a motion, Nick?
I haven't heard. Yeah. I mean, if my suggested motion would be to approve the liaison assignments as amended.
Okay.
California cities and the COG. Otherwise,
I make a motion to approve the liaison assignments with corrections.
Is there a second? I will second that. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Rodriguez,
Yes.
Councilmember Pacheco, he is absent. Councilmember Montanez,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Mendoza,
Yes.
and Mayor Ballin.
Yes. Now we will go over to the ad hoc committees. And let's talk first about, is everybody okay with the appointments to the various ad hoc committees? Is there a change you would like to see? Seeing none.
Am I on? Oh, there you go. Sure if I was-
Okay.
So I wanted to add an ad hoc committee. So I want to add a visioning, and I was calling it resilience, but I think maybe addressing these issues where there's a lot of planning going on. So I was calling it visioning and resilience, so climate resilience ad hoc. where this committee would look at the different planning efforts that are going on. We've had a few at the council meeting today, and really be able to incorporate how it fits into the larger vision of where we want San Fernando to go as a council and as a community. And then make sure that they are, that all these projects are addressing issues like climate change, sustainability goals, environmental, objectives. So this ad hoc would be comprised of, 2 council members, if there are 2 council members that would like to be part of it, the public works director, and planning and community development as a start. And then the committee could then decide if we want to extend that to have some stakeholders engaged as well. And this would allow for, actually Parks and Rec should be also in the ad hoc, so that we are coordinating basically kind of a multi-department coordination for planning and climate resilience. So the ad hoc I would recommend would be called Visioning and Resilience.
And from a staff perspective, I would just want to make sure that we had, because an ad hoc needs to have a relatively specific scope that deals with. So I just want to try to understand, like, what is it? Because we do have the green streets, the green
streets would fold into it. So green streets, the trees, like those ad hocs would then go away. So green city, street, and parkway trees. Maybe even the city general plan, because this would be master planning. So maybe we call it master planning and resilience. And so those would then fold into this ad hoc. So we eliminate at least 3 different ad hocs. And I would be happy to chair that committee, because I love.
I think so we have to avoid getting into a standing committee, or we don't need to avoid it. We could create a standing committee. But a standing committee obviously is then subject to the Brown Act, because it's got a very it's more general in nature and doesn't have a specific end date or a specific purpose. Many of these have once this specific purpose is done, they dissolve. So I guess it's just that if we can define a scope a little bit better, then that would be easier, I think, from a staff perspective, just to make sure that it's an ad hoc as opposed to determining whether it should be a standing committee that's a publicly agendized standing committee. So if we fold all of these different efforts, then what would be the critical point that this would be dissolved? That when would the work of this committee be complete? I guess
we could dissolve it in 2024, 4 years.
What's the so I guess the scope,
because what we're trying to do is we're trying to do 5-year planning on some of this stuff, right? As we've discussed, like where we're going, what's the next 1 year, where are we going as the following year beyond the budget? It's like, what does the next 5 years look like? So we could dissolve it, prior to that, but the goal is, to have basically a 5-year visioning for the city.
Rick has a question.
Yeah, just for purposes of framing the decision making, typically an ad hoc committee serves an advisory function to the council. It's usually a committee that's tasked with studying, examining, and making a recommendation to the council for council action on a specific issue. It's not so much intended to serve an administrative or oversight function, and that would kind of turn into something different. So I think I see where Nick is going, that, if there's some sort of discrete mission that this committee can come back to the council with some sort of a proposal or sets of proposals based on its study and analysis of a particular issue, that would probably be the more appropriate use of the ad hoc model in this instance.
Yeah, so one potential work item I could see is that this ad hoc committee would come back to the council with recommendations on what a visioning process would look like. What elements would be important in a visioning process, and there would be that, and then that would come before all of city council, and then city council would say, yeah, let's go forward with that, particular model, or let's make these adjustments. So I just want to make sure that we understand what the kind of the scope is, so that it can, we can adequately staff it with the, appropriate staffing on our end.
Okay, so here's what I had written.
Mhm.
Okay, so the purpose of the ad hoc is to create a coordinated citywide approach to develop a vision for economic growth and climate resilience. Members of the ad hoc would include at least one council member, preferably two, directors of community development, public works, and recreation and parks. Resilience planning is a holistic approach that takes into consideration future economic, social, and environmental developments, including climate change. So what this would be is basically looking at visioning, resilience, master planning, potentially climate action plans, urban forestry management plans, urban cooling approaches, community engagement. So that's what I had. The purpose was very specific, right?
Yeah, so I guess the work, the advisory, so the idea would be that then that committee would develop, the ad hoc committee would develop a set of recommendations to come back to city council on a visioning process, or a
we could start there. Yes, I'm good with that. If we wanted to start, the first item would be what that visioning process would look like. That would be good. I'd agree with that. Yeah.
Participate on an ad hoc committee.
Yeah. And so we come back to the council with, like, what the visioning process would look like. What are the next steps to visioning and climate resilience?
Okay. I think that's easier for, I think, from a staff standpoint, that we have some sort of goal, and then, obviously it can be renewed if there's a second step after that, with council.
So is there a motion and a second?
Council member, Vice Mayor would like to participate in the ad hoc committee. And Nick, you will assign staff accordingly to the ad hoc committee?
Yeah.
Okay. So
and then we bring in Green City, Street and Parkway Tree. Those could be brought in, Madam Mayor, if you want to then dispose of or get rid of those other committees, and we can take on some of that work.
Well,
so it's up to you.
I want to just form your committee now.
Okay.
And then we can come back and dispose of them. I need a lot more information. This is as to what your intention, what the ad hoc is actually going to, what's the goal, what's the scope, and how would you fold in all of these other ad hoc committees and eliminate them?
Okay.
And I would also like to give Councilmember Pacheco an opportunity. I mean, we're removing him from a couple of ad hocs that he holds dear and near, and I want to give him that respect. So if we could just start off with this ad hoc, that's something I could support with you and the Vice Mayor, and working with this and preparing this scope and how you bring in these other ad hocs that we're going to dissolve possibly. That would be good. So if you'd like to make your motion.
Yeah, so I'll make the motion.
Excuse me.
Oh, sorry.
Councilmember Rodriguez.
I was going to request something else. So go ahead with your motion and I'll go after that.
Okay, so I would request then that we form an ad hoc committee, and we can call it Visioning and Resilience. And the initial goal of the committee would be to come back to the council with a process for how we address visioning for the entire city and climate resilience and climate change issues.
Is there a second?
And the members would be Vice Mayor Mendoza and Councilmember Montanez.
Yes.
With the three directors, Public Works, Rec and Parks, and
well, it would be at the city manager would determine who, what staff he would assign to the ad hoc committee. The meetings that you. Okay.
That would depend.
Yeah, understanding I'll make sure the correct resources are there, understanding the goal of ad hoc.
Absolutely. Okay.
So there's a motion subject to those parameters. Is there a second?
Yes. The Vice Mayor seconds. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Rodriguez
Yes.
and Councilmember Pacheco, he is absent. Councilmember Montanez,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Mendoza,
Yes.
Mayor Ballin.
Yes, the motion passes. Councilmember Rodriguez, you had a question?
Yes, I'm interested in supporting the Safe and Active Streets plan. Would that be, is that an ad hoc? Would I just let Matt know specifically that I'm interested in joining the advisory group? What's the next step there?
Well, I would like us to form the ad hoc, but it's going to be a name draw again because I know that Councilmember Pacheco is also interested in participating in the ad hoc. So right now we have Councilmember Montanez, Rodriguez, and Pacheco. So City Clerk, would you draw 2 names?
Okay, so is this?
What do we need
create-
to do? Are you going to say something, Nick?
Yeah, I just want to make sure. So this is to work with, and Matt's still on here.
Yeah.
To be the city council sort of representatives on the Safe and Active Street Implementation Plan Advisory Committee. That's what we need, correct, Matt?
Yes.
Okay, so the 3 members we have, Councilmember Pacheco, Councilmember Montanez,
Yes.
and Councilmember Rodriguez.
Yes.
Okay.
So the first 2 names, they're the ad hoc committee.
Okay, Councilmember Rodriguez,
Yay. Okay.
Councilmember Montanez.
Yay, I wanted that one.
You did. You both wanted that.
I'm a walker.
That's great. That's great. So far, everyone is good. We're in a good place here with our liaison list. And do we need to make a motion to approve? Richard?
Yeah, if all of the other recommendations that are on the city council ad hoc, if we could just have a motion to approve the remaining ad hocs and assignments.
Okay.
And,
Is there a motion?
A motion to approve.
Is there a second?
Second.
Second.
Okay, seconded by Rodriguez. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Rodriguez,
Yes.
Councilmember Pacheco, absent. Councilmember Montanez,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Mendoza,
Yes.
Mayor Ballin.
Yes, the motion passes. We are now on item 9, and this is an item. Yes.
Sorry, before we move on to that item real quick.
Yeah, just a little bit more.
First, staff will reach out to the various council members over the next few weeks to start scheduling some of these ad hoc committees. And then second, I just wanted to get direction regarding the city commissions. So as we know, we have 2 new council members, and staff had included a recommendation for process for commissioners. So some of the commissioners that were appointed by prior council members, the way that we currently process works is that those commissioners will continue until either a replacement is appointed, they're reappointed, or they're removed by the council member that appointed them. In this case, we're recommending that the council member that received the most votes in this election be responsible for the commissioners appointed by the person that received the most votes in the last election, which would mean that Councilmember Mendoza would be responsible for replacing the commissioners or for appointing commissioners to spots that former Councilmember Fajardo had appointed commissioners to, and Councilmember Rodriguez would be responsible for appointing commissioners to former Councilmember Gonzalez's seats. So we just wanted to make sure that council was okay with that process, and then we can move forward in forming council commissioners, who their appointing authority would be.
So Nick, I need to ask you a question. You said Council Member Mendoza, but I think you meant Montanez, right?
I'm sorry about that. Councilmember Montanez would be
Okay.
replacing former Councilmember Fajardo, and Councilmember Rodriguez would be replacing former Councilmember Gonzalez.
And how about a reorg? What happens with the commissions and the reorg?
So if the chair and vice chair for each one of those commissions remain unchanged, meaning they were appointed by different council members, they would remain the same until the annual reorg. Each commission has an annual reorg. If there was if one of the chairs, vice chairs is replaced, then there would be a reorg upon the appointment of the new commissioner.
Okay. And I happen to miss one little thing here, and that is the appointment of a commission committee, and that would be for the disaster council. I'm appointing the vice mayor as on the disaster council. So if I move that item, is there a second?
Second.
Roll call, please.
Councilmember Rodriguez,
Yes.
Councilmember Pacheco is absent. Councilmember Montanez,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Mendoza,
Yes.
and Mayor Ballin.
Yes. And at this time, we are at item 9, and that is added to the agenda by Councilmember Cindy Montanez. I can hear you, but I'm going to step away for a minute, okay? Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Okay, so I'll get to the item. So this is item 9, and on the council agenda, it starts on page 392.
I think Councilwoman Rodriguez has a question.
Okay.
I'm sorry to pause you. I know this is going to be a really big item for us, and I also need to step away. I don't know if in a process, if we need just like 2 minutes, if we
Actually,
just pause.
if we have 2 people step away, we will lose our quorum.
Okay.
So go ahead. I apologize, Councilwoman Montanez.
Yeah.
Oh, no problem.
Do we want to take a recess?
Like a 5-minute break?
Okay, let's take a 5-minute break. I think we all need a 5-minute break.
Okay.
Okay, we'll
2
be back
minutes.
in 5 minutes.
Okay.
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 Thank you.
Thanks, Cindy. I didn't want to step away during this
Oh,
item.
yeah, no.
So I'm glad.
Yeah, everybody take their break.
Do we have our quorum back, or do we have at least 3 members present? I can't quite tell from the screen.
I don't think so. I think we're like 1 minute away from our 5-minute mark. So
Got it. Okay.
hang out for a little bit. I'm gonna mute myself so you don't hear Alba in the background.
Oh, that'll be good, actually.
No, she's fighting sleeping. It's just add to the chaos right now.
I'm back. We have 3 members ready.
Okay, so I can
More
start.
members.
All right, wonderful. So item number 9, again, it starts on page 392 of the council agenda. And this is regarding the Tesla agreement that was approved August 3rd, 2020, and started construction on December 28th, 2020. So just a little bit of background. So we all know that San Fernando residents, the business owners or property owners, a lot of key stakeholders have really been asking the city of San Fernando to do something that's beautiful, that's successful, that's properly scaled for the downtown. We hear it all the time. People want something really spectacular and beautiful to happen in the downtown. And something that focuses like on the history, this incredible history of being the first city in the valley. And that becomes not just a shopping destination, but really one of the most beautiful places that we as residents or business owners or visitors can go out to enjoy themselves. In order for us to do that, you know, the city itself conducted a study to look at the opportunity sites in the downtown. And how can San Fernando get that downtown that everybody has been asking for? And they identified a couple of lots, particularly lot 8 and lot 10, which are the lots on Silas and Brand. And lot 3, which is on the other side, behind the JCPenney's, where the Jack in the Box is at, as the 2 kind of critical sites for economic development. And again, to get that beautiful downtown that we have all heard people talking about. Whether the residents that have been here and remember the old San Fernando, you know, mall, or residents that are new, everybody keeps saying we have a lot of special things that are happening in the city. And what we really want is is the opportunity to do something really, a destination for residents and others in the downtown. So what happened, the council approved an agreement, what's called the license agreement with Tesla on August 3rd of 2020 to allow Tesla to install 14 chargers in lot 8, which is located on Brand and Silas. That decision has now become something, as we have started hearing in public comment, something that has become very controversial. There is very strong opposition from residents and merchants and business owners in the city. One San Fernando resident alone, we heard, has gathered more than 500 signatures from what we heard today, of people that are asking not to completely stop the Tesla project, but just to put a 90-day pause to allow for community input. So in addition, the Downtown Mall Merchants Association and property owners and other residents, I understand, had also signed a petition against the Tesla chargers. I have not heard people say we don't want Tesla in San Fernando. So I think that has to be clear. What people have said, we want Tesla in the right location or the right locations. So it could be multiple areas. So what has really concerned me is that the city was made aware of a possible lawsuit against the city, and that the city was told that there was a lawsuit that could be filed if the city moved forward with construction on Monday, December 28th. The city insisted and moved forward with construction, and we as a council still did not have a complete analysis yet. It wasn't enough time for the city attorney to prepare an analysis in response to what at that time was a threatened restraining order against the city. So the city pushed forward with allowing the construction to proceed. And then as you drive by that lot, you will see a lot of construction. There is concerns because there's this outstanding, I think, an increasing potentially risk to the city. And right now, I think as a council, we have the responsibility to listen and discuss and evaluate and really try to make a determination on several concerns and opposition that has been brought up by the public. Okay, the public has expressed concerns that there was a lack of sufficient public notice and a comment period for residents. So residents in San Fernando never got any notification from the city that there was going to be a 10-year lease agreement. So again, Tesla can stay at lot 8 with these 14 superchargers for 10 years. If the city, as was mentioned earlier in public comment, it's really important to understand the details of this agreement. Tesla can stay there for 10 years. If the city tries to do something special again in the downtown, some type of economic development opportunity, the city has to pay Tesla $240,000 if we try to do something before year 6. It's my understanding that that Tesla may not even value that property at $240,000 or that project at $240,000. So it's already an automatic cost of almost $250,000 to us as taxpayers in San Fernando to have to pay Tesla $240,000 if we want to do something before year 6. It's important to remember that Tesla, this agreement was signed with Tesla paying nothing to rent that public lot. So Tesla is going to be able to sell the electricity and make money off of the lot, and they're not paying the city anything beyond the permit cost, which Tim could explain to us how much money Tesla is actually paying the city of San Fernando. So the residents have expressed, business owners, property owners have expressed concerns with that, the way that the contract was written, that essentially makes San Fernando pay almost $250,000 in order for us to do something with our downtown. There was failure to provide the public notice to the property owners and the merchants is another concern. So a lot of these decisions were being done in closed session. And it wasn't until after the contract was approved on August 3rd, or when that went on the agenda 72 hours before, that people really began to see for the first time this agreement with Tesla. There's also concerns that the decision to move forward with the selection of lot 8 without a public meeting and a determination by somebody in the city that construction had to start on December 28 without public notice. There's concerns that these decisions were made in closed session, which should not have been done in closed session, but in public session, giving the public the opportunity to submit comments. There's also strong concern that the city failed to evaluate all the available locations and possible configurations so that you don't place all 14 in one area, but can you place 3 in one location, 5 in another location, et cetera. And did we look at other options? For example, the lot located on Maclay and First Street next to the San Fernando Police Department and Maclay, that lot was never evaluated. Yet that lot clearly could provide a lot of benefit to Tesla drivers coming in to either do business in the city hall, shop in Maclay, go to the downtown, but that lot was never completely evaluated. The other concern is, as I said before, that the land use decision to say we want these superchargers in the downtown is not consistent. It actually goes against the city's own analysis that was just completed in March of 2019. And that analysis says, quote, Lot 8 and Lot 10 are 60,000 square feet of contiguous land, making mixed-use development with a parking deck feasible. So this, in the city's own analysis, this is talking about, an opportunity, a prime opportunity site. The city knew that as of March 4th of 2019, but yet went into an agreement that if we want to get out of it, we have to pay at least $240,000 if we're trying to get out of it before year 6. The other thing that has been brought up is that there was never an economic analysis of the benefits to the city, the residents, the merchants, or the property owners to justify giving Tesla free use of the publicly owned land for up to 10 years. This is a concern because they'll say, well, Tesla drivers are going to stop by and they're going to buy a cup of coffee. Tesla drivers are going to come by and they're going to purchase a quinceañera dress. They will tell you this, but there's no economic analysis that tells you that how much money these drivers are going to leave in the city. But what we do know, there's a city analysis that says Lot 8 and Lot 10 are highly valuable lot for you to do what you want to do to create that downtown that people want with additional shopping and retail and maybe some entertainment uses. The next item that was brought up was that the city failed to complete a parking needs assessment prior to getting rid of parking that's already in high demand and limited in the downtown. So the city has put out a notice that we are conducting a citywide parking management master plan study. That hasn't been completed. So we actually don't know how many parking spots we need in the downtown in order for us to do what the residents have been asking us for years now, which is do something special in the downtown. So is there a possibility by us locking in these chargers, all of them again in the downtown, that we lose an opportunity to do something special in the downtown? Potentially. Or what we already know is, again, if we try to do it before year 6, we have to pay $240,000. And Tesla got this land for free. Then I'm really concerned, but it has been brought up by different people in the mall. I've spent time walking the mall, talking to owners and talking to the tenants there and the business owners. And they have brought up that there are a lot of vacancies. And vacancy rates that exist not just in the downtown, but in a lot of our commercial corridors. So we don't know what the current or the future parking demands are. This is a very big concern. How could we go forward and lock up for 6 to 10 years parking, valuable parking, when we don't know what the future parking demands are for the city? And in addition to all of this, there is a failure to properly notice and engage a lot of the Spanish-speaking community, which came up as I was walking the mall, and people saying, no sabíamos, no hablaron con nosotros. We don't know because no one came to talk to us and we never saw any information. So as I look at what has been going on, and I think about what we as a council should do, we as a council have a responsibility to listen to the community. No one again has said no Tesla chargers that I've talked to. Not one single person has told me no Tesla chargers. Everybody has said Tesla chargers would be great, but in the right place. Don't ruin the opportunity for us to do something really wonderful in the downtown. So I think that the right thing for us to do as a city council is to halt the construction of the Tesla chargers right now and allow for a period to have public comment and public engagement with residents that never got any notice except for a 72-hour notice on a city council meeting that was jargon, council jargon. People didn't understand. The property owners didn't get notice. The business owners didn't get notice until, again, it comes out on the city council agenda that this indeed was going through. So this has, the fact that one person, a resident, went and collected almost 500 signatures from what I understand, mostly San Fernando residents, but then of course, people that are business owners and people that are merchants. That should like really make us think as a council that we should listen, because whatever happened in the past, right? Closed session meetings had to take place for whatever reasons. Only one public meeting, where no one attended, no one provided comment. That happened. All of us as council members, we were all elected to represent this community. And every single one of us has heard people say, we want something special in the downtown. So I think on this one, here's our opportunity now. In the contract, there is a relocation clause, a one-time relocation clause. Yes, it's true that the city now, because the city started construction on December 28th, which they never should have started, that now the city has to pay for whatever investment Tesla has done.
If I could
into
interrupt
the
you there,
design.
Councilwoman, now we're getting into potential
Understood.
things that, I think at this point are more appropriately discussed in
Understood.
But certainly to the extent that you want to express your opposition to this project, your disappointment in the project, I mean, you're certainly entitled to express your feelings about that, certainly entitled to suggest how the council can do better going forward. But I would respectfully just ask that we steer clear of discussions about potential liability, potential damages, and so forth, because
I understand that, and thank you, Rich, for saying that, because we do have a legal case before us now, because we proceeded, and so I don't want to in any way, put the city in more liability than it could find itself. So I think this is actually a good place for me to open it up for additional council discussion. But I think right now, given where we find ourselves with growing community opposition from residents and business owners and merchants, with now this lawsuit that has been filed against the city of San Fernando, and an opportunity to work with a company that I think would want to work with the city. I mean, Tesla has an opportunity to truly be a visionary, to be a community input, provide investment in a low income community of color, and really be a good partner. And I think if we talk to them as a city and as a city council, and we go back and we say, look, we want to make this work, but we want to make this work where it actually is a win-win for everyone. It's a win for the community because we get to have our downtown that we've been asking for 40 plus years that I've lived in San Fernando. We could get our downtown. We could also, go and do what our own economic analysis says, which is use these lot 8 and lot 10 for key opportunity sites. And we could make sure that the Tesla driver themselves gets a really great experience when they come to the city. They don't all have to be located in one location, and they didn't do an analysis to look at all the lots. So I wasn't part of these discussions, it's true. I wasn't part of the closed session discussions, but I don't think that the items that have been brought up by the community or these issues that I'm raising are closed session discussions. These are public session discussions, and we should have this discussion in public. We should engage the community, and we should really go through the details of that contract, because that contract does allow a one-time relocation clause. So we can relocate Tesla now. It's cheaper to do it now than later after they make their infrastructure improvements and they complete all of the superchargers. And if we don't do anything, we know that if we try to do anything in 6 years, I don't know about you guys, but I'm not waiting another 10 years to get the downtown, that we want. So why not? So that means that if we wait another 10 years, we're paying $240,000 at year 6. And even at year 10, the contract says the city of San Fernando must pay $60,000 to get out of the contract. So we are locked in for 10 years. And think about it, add 10 years to your age and think if that's how long you want to wait to go shopping and have a drink or have a beautiful meal or watch a movie or go to a kiosco or just walk with your family or your dog in San Fernando with that beautiful downtown that we've all imagined. I don't want to wait 10 years because I know we could get it done sooner. So with that, I would ask that we do the right thing and that we halt the construction of the Tesla charger at this moment to allow for community input and to allow for us to actually have a better understanding of the legal case before the city.
Richard would like to speak.
And this is not putting a value judgment on the request that was just made, but as was mentioned, since we are in litigation at the moment, I don't think it would be in the council's interest or prudent at this time to sort of take any sort of action, particularly involving delay of the project at this time, since there are some countervailing, issues with respect to our obligations under the contract. Again, I'm not putting a value judgment on that. This is not about me trying to say what's best for the community, but there are some legal risks that at the moment we are still trying to sort out. And at this point, I mean, certainly if people want to share their thoughts on it, that's appropriate. But at this point, this may not be the opportune time to give that kind of direction, respectfully.
Okay, Councilmember Rodriguez.
Thank you, Councilmember Montañez, for your presentation. Mayor, if it's okay, I recognize I was elected after this project was approved, and I'd really like to hear from the former council prior to providing my comments.
Absolutely. Vice Mayor?
Yeah, thank you. First of all, I want to thank all those who submitted a public comment, and thank you for, following what's going on in the city. I do want to, I know you mentioned the petition. There was a petition of 500 signatures, but that particular petition you're referring to, is that the online petition, correct? From change.org?
It's the petition that Nicholas Cardenas, a San Fernando resident, created. I don't know how he's gotten all the signatures, but I know that he has gotten over 500 signatures.
Because, well, unfortunately, the thing is that the only thing they need to indicate is their name and their email address. No verification of their home address or their residence in San Fernando, which is kind of unfortunate. We can't determine who actually signed the petition. I just want to make that particular. And also, I'd like to ask the attorney that who is the group of citizens of San Fernando Community for Environmental Justice Incorporated? Do we know who they are? Or?
I mean, the only honest answer I can give you is that I don't know who specifically they are. I do know that the petition was verified by Sev Ashkenazi. I believe he's someone in town. He does have his name attached as the verifying party. So at the very least, we know it's Sev Ashkenazi and perhaps others, but I don't know. I don't know for sure. Okay,
thank you. And and I know one of the merchants contacted some of the businesses, and my understanding is that Crazy Corner, Mall Fashion, Mobile Connect, Alberto's Beauty Salon, they're all in favor of the project, and I think Mr. Kimball is aware of others, but these are some that I know specifically that I've been given information. So, and we got a 5-0 vote on this project. It does create a clean air for our community, and our pollution in the city of San Fernando is high, and our asthma cases with our young kids and adults is high. And I find this is a good project for the city. That's all I have to say.
Thank you very much. I had to write out my comments. I am proud to say I am an independent voice representing our residents who know me and know I will not align myself with self-interest groups. The vote by former Mayor Fajardo and Councilmember Gonzalez is not up for grabs. I will not disrespect them and vote to reverse the good work we did by approving the Tesla project on parking lot A on August 3rd, 2020. Our residents deserve what other communities have: clean energy opportunities, which is good for our city and the environment. With all the climate change problems and our high percentage of residents with asthma in our city, why would we discourage Tesla from installing charging stations at an agreed location site. On December 18th, 2020, I spoke with Sev Askenazi called me, and we spoke for 3 hours over a 2-day period. He told me we are making a costly mistake if we move forward with the Tesla project in parking lot 8. He recommended we consider another parking lot as he views parking lot 8 as an opportunity site and reminded me about his vision for a movie theater. At the end of the day, this is a new day, and we not only need to continue being visionary, we also need to reimagine how to move forward while dealing with this devastating pandemic. It's not just being visionary. That word is being tossed around, and we really need to reimagine to move forward. Everyone has to reimagine. All the businesses think nothing is the same, and nothing will ever be the same, but it will be improved. On August 3rd, the council voted 5-0 in support of the project on parking lot 8. If this vote is reversed, how would any future businesses like Trader Joe's, Target, Portos, etc., trust City of San Fernando Council's vote? Once again, I remind everyone the vote was a 5-0. Media has asked questions, why is a 5-0 challenge? I don't have the answer for them. In closing, I will remind everyone, ethics and integrity matter. A 5-0 vote matters. And I will never support changing that 5-0 vote. And that change.org, by the way, I know several people in other states that signed it because they want to know what would happen. It doesn't have any credibility. I'm sure that some of our local residents signed it. I'm positive that they did, but it doesn't ask for an address. It doesn't verify anything. So I cannot with that change.org petition. I'm not. I did speak to other people in the community, and they're very much for the project. Our residents are not shy. We've had city council chambers full of residents when they see agenda items. And for those community members that are listening, send an email to Julia Fritz, to Nick Kimball, and ask them to send you a copy of the agenda. I'm sure that that agenda goes out to many, many people. The city manager's report goes out to many people. I don't know how many, but the opportunity is there for people to get the agenda, to go online and read the agenda. And like I said, in the past, our council chamber has been full. Unfortunately, we're going through COVID time, and that kind of changes the dynamics. But this is something I will not support. Now, I could say I've been threatened because I'm not supporting this, and I'm okay with that. Bring it on, is what I have to say. So with that, Councilmember Rodriguez.
Thank you, Mayor, for letting me reserve my comments. This is a very interesting, our first full council meeting together with the council that approved this project, and then myself and Councilmember Montañez, who are new to council. I recognize that this was a 5-0 vote, and I also have a little bit of discomfort reversing something that was decided unanimously by the former council. I know that as council members, we're elected to serve our residents, and part of that is deciding what we do with our city land. From everything that I've learned from staff, there's definitely an obvious room for improvements when it comes to public engagement, when it's decisions like this. I think even in this organized resistance to the project, it sparked conversation on social media with different groups in the city. And I think that's really important for us to incorporate when we're deciding on projects. Of course, I'm not in a position to decide on this project like it's new. If I was, I think I definitely would have more concerns about, seeing how we are engaging with the community, being way more clear about what the public benefit would be when it comes to even workforce development opportunities, because, Tesla's not union, when it comes to what the economic impact would be and how we're going to even measure that for our community, since Tesla hasn't been able to measure that for other communities. But to everyone's point, the community is really unsupportive, it seems, of having this project, or at least having Tesla in the city. And I know the question is about where it's going. And what I would like to know and make clear for the council for discussion right now and for the public who's watching and will watch is, what are our options moving forward, recognizing that in addition to us being responsible for deciding how we utilize property, we've also entered in, the former council entered into a contract, and the city has moved forward with construction from what I understand on the 28th. And we're also, in our capacity, responsible for taxpayer dollars. And if breaching that contract is also a cost to the city, I think we have to weigh what we're doing at that point. And so, Richard, what are our actual options moving forward, recognizing there is pending litigation?
Well, I mean, it is true that there are provisions in the contract that allow for potential relocation of the property at a certain point in time. That provision does provide that the relocation comes at our cost, and there are qualifications to the relocation as well. It has to be to a suitable location. It has to be something reasonably comparable in terms of that. So it may not be as easy a proposition to relocate as some might want, and I don't disparage anybody for wanting that. I mean, it is a reasonable want, but given the parameters of the agreement, I worry, and here's where I probably don't want to get too in the weeds, but I do think that there, for whatever could have been done better in terms of outreach, and I think if nothing else, this has been a lesson for everybody in terms of having a better ear to the ground on projects going forward. Deviating from where we are now also comes at a cost, and potentially not a trivial cost. Much is made of the $240,000, but to the extent that there are a lot of investment-backed money that Tesla has made, because Tesla actually at the end of the day is making physical improvements to the property. They're also doing landscape improvements to the property, things that we will keep, things that are enhance that. So there is a lot of dollars and effort that went into that if we were to breach the contract, we would be liable for them, potentially liable. Every contract has what's called an implied warranty of good faith and fair dealing, and that's not necessarily anything spelled out in the contract itself, but it does imply that you have to be reasonable in your exercise of your powers under the contract. And would it be valid for the council to maybe monitor this project once it's off the ground to see if in 5 years maybe it is a candidate for terminating for convenience? That would be good. There is a provision in there that says after 5 years, if the usage is low, we can get out of the contract. That's also a possibility. One thing that I think shouldn't be lost is that the fact that it's there doesn't necessarily preclude a development deal. In fact, an enterprising developer could probably view that as the existence of that charging station there as a plus, and perhaps even have that as part of the project, because a lot of projects do get credit for having green amenities like charging stations. So it may not be as simple as, if we sign this, we'll never see this property again. I mean, a developer who really has a big design could always also help us buy out our interest on that. That would not be within the realm of the possibility. Perhaps that's a quid pro quo in exchange for some sort of fast track approval or in exchange for waiving fees, something to that effect. I mean, there are a lot of ways to negotiate away an expense that ultimately doesn't become an expense to us. But I think at the end of the day, what I don't begrudge staff on is that this was not, an attempt to be defiant, to an attempt to sort of say that it knew best what the city wants. It was an attempt to weigh two very equally valid risks. And without getting into the weeds, because there is litigation, I would just simply say that the judgment that staff has made, which I think from the current perspective is a reasonable one, is that the perils of breaching this agreement are far more imminent and far more real than the petition that has been filed, which I spoke to you about in closed session. And obviously I've shared my thoughts on that with you, but I don't necessarily think it's appropriate to share them publicly. I hope that answers your question, Councilwoman. Sometimes I get long-winded.
Yeah. Yes, it does. Thank you. My other question, which I believe will likely be my last, is what is the plans for developing the lot at this moment? I know that there was, Cosmont did their analysis. They put out a request for bids for lot 3, and that's already moving forward. So where are we with this particular parking lot? Because the question is, what are the opportunity costs to us developing this lot if Tesla's there? So, but what's going on to develop the lot?
I would defer to Tim or Nick on that. I think they've been more on the development side. I don't know if they're still there.
Sure, and I'll start. I know Tim's got daddy duties that he's got to get to pretty soon, but so we currently don't have any. There's no proposals or no existing development plan at the moment. As you mentioned, Councilmember Rodriguez, we are focusing on lot 3, and we're currently in an exclusive negotiating agreement with the firm for lot 3. We don't have anything that's development ready for that lot at the moment. And I do, just to add a real small bit of flavor to what City Attorney Padilla had mentioned, that the Tesla does not have a right of refusal for lot 8. So we can definitely, especially as Cosmont had mentioned, the 60,000 square foot of contiguous land making mixed use development with a parking deck feasible. Clearly that notes that any development there would have to have a parking component in order to be successful. So Tesla being there, in parking spaces is not necessarily, there's no right of refusal there. It could be, there are many ways to work it into any future development that the council may want to pursue for this law.
So the cost to reload, go ahead, Tim.
Please.
I'm curious, the cost to relocating them right now versus the cost to relocating them after public input and evaluation of even lot 3, if that moves forward, what is the variation there between a decision now versus pulling this trigger later?
I mean, that is a bit unquantifiable because we don't, well, let me rephrase that. That would be subject to some sort of prove up by Tesla, which honestly, I could be quite a lot, could be something, not a lot. The problem is that the only way we find out is if we breach the agreement, and we could be very unpleasantly surprised if we were to do that. It could end up being something significantly more than $240,000. So I think probably that's about, respectfully, I don't know that we want to get too much more into potential damages. Okay. And I don't mean that as a cop out. It's just now we're getting into.
No, I understand, but I hope you recognize that I'm posing these questions to understand, like, if we're making a decision now, what the cost is now versus if we made this decision later. Because also, if in the contract we have the ability to move them once, I don't want to utilize that now. If in the future lot 3, which already has a plan for charging stations on their first floor for parking, could potentially be the location that it's moved to when it's ready.
I think what I would say is that when you consider the cost of changing course now, it's not just potentially the money that they've spent, and the effort they've spent, it's the money they'll also have to spend to analyze alternative locations to see if they're even suitable for that. And that involves time, that involves money, and that's all stuff that adds up. I mean, they have potentially hired contractors who are now on hold and who could potentially be on hold for 90 days if that were even entertained. They would face very significant delay claims from their contractors if they were not able to complete the project, and I don't think they would want to eat that cost.
Isn't that also a reality if later on we utilize the relocation clause?
Well, but the relocation clause has a very ordered way of accomplishing that. I believe there's even a notice requirement. It's not something that just happens instantaneously. And there is a process in there for identifying suitable locations, and that would be a cost to us. I can also tell you that, I'm not the money person here, but, time value of money. I mean, it could only get more expensive down the road to relocate something than to try and, it isn't a foregone conclusion that a relocation later is necessarily, there's just too many variables there to really understand how it could play out. And I don't know. Yeah, I'm sorry.
No, it's okay. Well, thank you for the information. I appreciate hearing from everyone. I especially appreciate you, Councilmember Montañez, for bringing this to council. I do think it's important that we have this public discussion since it is happening in the public already. We should be involved in that conversation. I also, though, want to recognize Vice Mayor Mendoza and Mayor Ballin. I know that you and staff and the former council worked on this for a couple of years. And I just hope that you recognize that us coming in as new council members and this being presented to us, just like you, we want to be responsive to the public. And there's definitely an opportunity for us to continue to discuss how we can improve the process for things like this when it comes to public engagement, when it comes to construction timelines, and how we can work better to move things forward. But I do recognize that this decision was made prior to me. And I honestly, at this point, I don't see how there's an immediate barrier to development for that lot. I'd like to in the future learn about what the plans are there. If we know, and perhaps it's the ad hoc that you'll be leading, Councilmember Montañez, so that we can understand what the needs are of downtown so that we can start that process. And it's really challenging, but I feel like staff, I want to trust that you did your due diligence, and that if a project comes and this doesn't fit them, that we will find a way to not have a cost to the city to relocate them for something to go there that's needed by the downtown. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much. Did you have something to say?
Yeah. Okay. The question for Tim. What is the valuation on the building, the permit that Tesla has? What does Tesla value this at?
Sorry, can you clarify the question?
Yes, on their permit, what's their valuation number?
I don't have their permit in front of me. I can get you that information.
Can you pull it up right now? I asked for it.
No, I don't have that information readily available.
Okay, if you could pull it up right now, that would be great. That should be pretty accessible in a file. Okay, that's question number one. So please, let me know what the valuation is. The other issue is, number one, no one has said that they don't want Tesla here. So let's get that clear. No one, I have not heard anybody yet tell me they don't want Tesla in San Fernando. Okay, so that has unanimous agreement as far as I can tell. What people are saying is abide by the contract. So respect this contract. Okay, and there is a terminate, there is a relocation in the contract. So we could abide by the contract. No, there is no breach of contract. So when anybody says breach of contract, they are being misleading. What people are saying is that abide by the contract. The contract, the agreement that the council signed off 5-0 allows for relocation. Just as the city attorney just explained, the more that investment goes in, the more expensive it gets. Tesla typically takes 6 months, takes a minimum of 6 months to do the engineering design. Okay, they will tell you, they told me 6 months to do the engineering design. This was approved on August 3rd. Okay, so let's count the months. September, October, November, December. That's 4 months. Tesla started designing and putting the city in this position before they had approval from the city council. So any investment they've made was their risk, a risk they took, because this city council did not, the previous city council did not approve until August 3rd. So that means that if it takes them 6 months to design, we would still be going into January and February. So what the community is asking for is absolutely reasonable to delay. It's not our fault, it's not the city's fault that they went, there was no public decision until August 3rd of 2020 that they were entitled to do anything on Lot 8. So unless city staff gave them direction, which no one has said that they did, the council did not vote on this till August 3rd. They should not have pushed the city to do this so quickly. There was no reason. They usually take 6 months to do their design. And Tim, please, I want that number, what the valuation is. So I'm still waiting for it. Okay, so that's number one. No one has said to no to Tesla. We want Tesla chargers in San Fernando. Number two, it is not a breach of contract. It is actually abiding by the contract that the city council on a 5-0 vote approved to exercise the relocation clause. If we exercise a relocation clause, yes, the city, who for some reason is listed as the counterparty, we're not the counterparty, they're the counterparty, but Tesla, apparently we just took a Tesla agreement and signed it. Usually it's a city, we are the owners of that property, we are not the counterparty here. But in that agreement, we're listed as the counterparty, even though it's a city-owned, publicly owned lot. So I think that there was, again, this thing was somewhat rushed in the end. There are faults in the agreement that Tesla is paying 0, although in other cities and other areas, they do pay to go into an area. This is against and inconsistent with the city's own, again, your own economic analysis that was done by Cosmont. It completely goes against that. And it adds a cost. Even if Tesla, read the contract, even if Tesla has underutilization, termination based on low utilization or no utilization, even if Tesla does not have enough people, so if over a 60-day consecutive period, there are 50 or fewer charging sessions, so over 60 days, 50 or fewer charging sessions occur, the city could go and say, we want to terminate this because these are underutilized. Even in that, this contract was done to say the city has to pay. The city has to buy them out. So even if they fail to have people use these, the city still has to pay $240,000 prior to year 6 and at least $60,000 after a decade. That's a problem. But again, there's a lot of problems with this that you're putting into the future. We're going to be around here as council members. The city staff, they may be city managers somewhere else.
I'm going to call for the question now.
Okay, but we have to live with this. And right now we have an ability to abide by the contract and exercise a relocation clause. So yes, this is about ethics. Yes, this is about doing what's right. And yes, I will respect the 5-0 vote. And I will say exercise the provision that the 5 members of the city council voted for and give the community the opportunity to have a conversation as to whether or not there's a better use for that site, lot 8, and a better place to actually put these 14 chargers. And Tim,
Yeah.
what is that utilization number on that permit? Or not the utilization permit, what is the valuation number on that permit?
Again, I don't, Councilmember Montanez, I don't have that information in front
You
of
want
me.
me to send it to you? It's $150,000. So why does the city pay $240,000 when Tesla themselves is saying we have a valuation of?
I'm calling for the question. What's the question? We have to move on.
The
And I
motion
can,
was-
I'm
yes,
not going to be
call
able
for
to
the
stay for
question
closed
and-
session.
The motion, I had a motion on the floor, which was to delay that. If you're calling for the question, the motion was to delay the Tesla chargers for a period of at least 90 days to allow the community to participate. So the question was called, so I'll ask for a vote.
There needs to be a second, I believe.
Is there a second on her motion? I don't hear a second. Your motion fails.
The only reason that I can't second, I mean, there's 2 on the floor, right? Are we calling it to question? Because I would like to hear staff's response to the issues raised
If
prior to voting.
the chair would like to entertain that, I think that's fine. But what is it?
Okay.
What else needs to be provided?
I called for the question, and she made Councilmember Montanez made a motion, and I'm asking for a second. And if there isn't a second, the motion fails. And staff has discussed this item.
I would still like to have the response from our development director, from Tim, what's in the permit? Are you in the office?
Well,
right?
you called for the question.
Right. No, but we're going back. That motion failed, right? The council did not approve public, a public discussion.
Right. Right. So now we need to move on to the next agenda item.
Right. No, this is just a discussion on the same item. That motion failed, but still discussion on the same item. I would just like our community development director to tell me what's the valuation number on.
You gave it to him.
I want him to confirm, because I could have it wrong.
Well, we if he doesn't have it in front of him, we will get that to you tomorrow, Councilmember Montanez. We'll get that to you as soon as staff is in the is available.
Does the city attorney have that?
I do.
I mean, does the city manager? You're in the offices, right? Does anybody have it?
We don't.
Does anybody know how much Tesla paid? Okay, so this again, it's leading me to believe that there was a lack of information provided to.
There wasn't a lack of information provided to us. They had the information on hand at the meeting. We've had this very lengthy council meeting, and questions are being asked, and that you want their answers like this. It's not going to happen. It just isn't going to happen.
Well, the permit was filed after the council meeting, so you didn't have that at the council meeting.
Well,
yeah, you didn't have that. That was filed after the August 3rd meeting.
Yeah, I don't understand badgering. I don't get it. I don't understand talking to our staff in that tone. I don't get it. And this agenda item, we have to move on to the next agenda item. And I can tell you that I don't believe we're going to have a closed session tonight. We're going to have a special closed session.
Okay, so if I can, because I was, you indicated my name, Madam Mayor. I feel very strongly that this community needs to be listened to. And we have a San Fernando resident who has had San Fernando residents sign a petition, not of 3 people or 4 people or 10 people, 500 people.
But you can show me the addresses. I need to see more than just names.
Okay, so that's good. So how many addresses and names would you like to see in order for us to enforce this contract and now go and exercise?
I'm not going to change my position. I made that very clear. I'm not changing my position. I'm not going to do that. Yes.
Okay, so what I would like, okay, so again,
I
going
will
back.
recognize you in a minute, Councilmember
Okay,
Rodriguez.
so if I could finish my comments again, so if I could finish my
I
comments.
want to hear from the attorney. You can hold 1 second.
Well, you know, I think it's clear that there's a bit of an impasse on the issue of revisiting this. As I cautioned at the beginning of the meeting, I would strongly counsel against any motion that would consider delaying this project, particularly at this time. There is just a lot that's up in the air with respect to this opposition. I don't think it would be wise to entertain this type of motion right now, tonight, particularly since we have an ex parte hearing on Wednesday. And, you know, I'm not the chair, but it sounds like the motion was made and they're just, at least as it's presently formulated, there's just not support for it. So it would appear that it would be appropriate to move on to the next item unless there are any other questions.
I do have a question. So the city goes before the court on Wednesday?
Yes.
At what time on Wednesday?
I believe it's 8:30 and it's a court call. It's
so if the court rules against the city, what happens?
Well, they could conceivably issue a restraining order. Again, I don't want to get into the particulars of what could happen.
High levels, I don't need to know the details. So they could issue a restraining order. So a restraining order. Okay, if a possible restraining order is issued, what does that mean to the construction at lot 8?
It could potentially mean stopping the activity, but that doesn't necessarily mean the city is out of the woods. So I think I would just prefer to leave it at that. I'm not trying to be evasive, but I think we're now getting into some of the details that probably are not appropriate to talk about publicly.
Okay, well, I mean, the questions I ask is because, again, we don't know the results of what the court is going to say. And by us allowing the construction to move forward and not even abiding by the contract, which does allow us to consider.
Councilman, I would just respectfully disagree. I know you're very passionate about the idea that there is an easy way to just sort of navigate the contract. That's your opinion. I don't. I obviously, there's nothing I can say to change that. I would just respectfully disagree that it's that simple. And because of that, I would counsel against taking any action on this tonight.
Yeah, no, I think it's a lot more complicated, which is why I think that there should be community input. There should be a discussion and there should be additional city council discussion on this, because everybody is saying, yes, we want Tesla in town. And I think we can get to a win-win for everyone. And the only way to do that is by not rushing what was proposed, but by having a conversation to see, is there a better solution? And if there's no better solution, you move forward. But I actually believe that this community has actually come up with options that are worth considering that will help businesses and merchants throughout the town. So.
Councilmember Rodriguez, you had a question?
Yeah, I just had a couple final comments. I appreciate the information from everyone, and I wanted to say that if at this point, kind of per the recommendation of our city attorney, we are kind of on pause while things get worked out. There's I think that if there's an opportunity, and Nick and Tim, I've raised this before, to add to what the community benefit could be with a project as it stands moving forward, and that being in the form of supporting workforce development opportunities so that our own residents are the ones maintaining the chargers. If that means that there's a marquee so that businesses are showcased, so anyone parked there actually knows what's around the corner that they could do, that they could shop at Throwback, that they could grab a drink at Truman. So I would really like to advocate and work with staff to, if this is what we're moving forward with, in respect to the prior council's decision, recognizing kind of the contract that we are in, the community deserves to visibly see what the benefit is to having Tesla in the city. And then in the future, I think it would be great that, the fact is there is a clause that they can be relocated in the future. And while that's not a determined location yet, I would hope that Vice Mayor Mendoza and Mayor Ballin, that if we can have that conversation sometime in the future, after a public engagement process is done, perhaps in the new ad hoc you're chairing, Councilmember Montañez. I just think that this community does deserve as many opportunities as possible to give us feedback. And so I'm open to any of those in the future. Thank you.
Thank you. And at this point, we'll move on to the next agenda item, which was placed on the agenda by Vice Mayor Mendoza.
Okay, here I am. All right. I placed this item, number 10. Let me go to my agenda here. Consideration to approve a partnership with East Los Angeles College Foundation and California Student Aid Commission to promote the second annual CalSoap LA College and Career Expo through the city's social media and approve use of the city seal. I feel this is a great opportunity for us to help spread the word on this important event that CalSoap is having, and to provide it would provide resources about numerous colleges and universities, career and technical education pathways, scholarship opportunities, and much more for the students, so students can successfully be set and reach their academic goals. The event will take place in 3 consecutive Saturdays on February 13th, 20th, and 27th from 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. And I'd just like council's approval for this item for us to partner with them.
Are there any questions from council? Councilmember Montanez?
I think this is a good one. Approve it. Yeah.
Councilmember Rodriguez?
No questions. Thank you.
Vice Mayor, would you like to make a motion?
I make a motion to approve item number 10.
I'll
I second the motion.
Okay, everybody seconds your
Yeah,
motions.
it's a good one.
Everyone's ready.
Let's go with Councilmember Montanez as the second. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Rodriguez
Yes.
and Councilmember Pacheco, he is absent. Councilmember Montanez,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Mendoza,
Yes.
and Mayor Ballin.
Yes. The motion passes. At this time, that concludes all of our agenda items, and we are at staff communication.
I'll quickly go through each department head. Diego, anything from finance?
Just Happy New Year, and we'll have better or more mid-year and budget update at next council meeting.
Thank you.
Julian, anything from recreation?
Sure, real quick, a few things. The department just completed the virtual reindeer dash. People who participate were able to get this medal. They could run. They ran a 5 or a 10 or a 1 kid challenge. We had over 75 participants. The Mediachi 20-year anniversary video is on our city webpage. Please take a look at it if you haven't done so already. And then also to close out, we are having community meetings to get input from the residents, user groups, and people that use our parks on January 14th, 27th, and February 6th to get ideas of what new amenities they would like. We are applying for the Prop 68 grants again. That's it.
You, Tim, anything from community development?
Nothing, thank you.
And Matt, anything from public works?
Nothing new to add.
Thanks. Julia, city clerk?
Yes, I have a update from the Education Commission, and there have been several applications submitted for the scholarships. And there will be a letter bringing forward on January 19th. It's in lieu of a principal's brunch, in-person brunch. The Education Commission would like to send a letter to the principals with all of the resources and information that the city would offer during the principal's brunch. City Attorney?
Not on your item. I do have an announcement that I'd like to make if I could be recognized once you're done. So.
Okay, I just have one more announcement. Cynthia Alba, Deputy City Clerk and Management Analyst, has tendered her notice of resignation. Her last day is January 15th, 2021. As many of you know, and new council, she has been pursuing a very aggressive education goal, and balancing her full-time education goal as well as full-time work has become difficult. So she has chosen, as a graduate student, to go ahead and not work and go full-time aggressive educational goal. So we wish her well. Again, her last day is January 15th.
Thank you. Richard?
I know I don't normally comment, but I did think this was something maybe worth mentioning. I've spoken to some of you about it privately. About a year ago, the city initiated a receivership process for a distressed property at 1212 Knox. It was a residential property in the middle of a very beautiful neighborhood on Knox, just up the street from City Hall. We were able to successfully petition for the placement of a receiver. The house was completely rehabilitated. It's one of the more lovelier houses on the block now. And there is, I understand, a very nice family that has moved in. The house previously was being used essentially as a homeless crash pad for a while, much to the stress of the neighbors. What I also wanted to mention, though, is that from the sale, the city was able to recoup approximately $60,000 in expenses in enforcing the abatement effort. And I do think it's a small thing, but I think it was a good win. And I think Tim and Nick were very instrumental in making sure that happened. And I know that there's some other unsung heroes on city staff who were part of the abatement effort. It was commenced sometime, I want to say around 2018, but it had a good result. And I just thought that was something we're sharing with the council.
Thank you.
Thanks, Rich. And then from me, just real quick, on Thursday of this week, artist Lalo Garcia will be installing the City Council approved public pilot temporary mural installation on at parking lot 6N. So we look forward to having that sort of new pilot program and to celebrate over the next few months. And then just from maybe I'll look to council for some guidance. I believe it sounds like we'll probably be finishing items B and D from closed session in a special meeting. If that's the case, they'll try to do it as, I'll reach out to everyone and try to schedule something for Wednesday. So I can reach out to everyone tomorrow to make sure.
It should be before the court case.
So we only have 24-hour notice, so we would not be able to do it before either 11 p.m. tomorrow night, or it would have to be Friday or Wednesday.
It's probably too late for a Tuesday meeting at this point.
Yeah.
I'm willing to stay on later today because it's a case against us.
I'm not able to stay on. I have priorities first thing in the morning and early.
So if there isn't going to be a quorum for closed session, we can we'll reach out to schedule something Wednesday.
I will need to do the readout on the one. I think there was at least 1.5 items that we did.
Yes. Yes. Well, let's find out if there's going to be a quorum. I know that I can't stay on. I have to be up pretty early and out the door. So, Councilmember Montanez, are you able to stay on?
Yes. Yes.
Councilmember Rodriguez, are you able to stay on?
I can say yes.
And Councilmember Mendoza?
I can stay.
Okay.
For a while. It's getting late.
Okay. All right. So you will have that meeting. So we'll continue on. You don't need to do the readout, Richard, or do you need to do the readout?
Well, so are we going back into closed session? Because
yes,
then
you are. I'm not going to stay on for closed session.
Yeah, well, once we get out of closed session, then I can do the readout.
Okay, that sounds good. So now we're at general council comments, and we will start with Councilmember Montanez.
Okay, well, Happy New Year to everyone, 2021. Just really looking forward to getting to know, the team directors like better working with you. Have had it, I've enjoyed the first, 2 months, November and December, and look forward to like what we can get accomplished in these next several years. And it's really great to reconnect with a lot of the staff that has been around, for many years. Really great staff across the board, and then also just expressing like the deepest gratitude to like our police officers and others that are out there every day, even with this COVID situation. I know it's hard, when you are classified as an essential worker, and it does mean a lot. And it really means a lot when residents call or I call for a request and they get handled. And I know, especially in situations where there are more people congregating than should be, that you're put at risk. And so it just really goes, very, very, very much appreciated. So thank you everybody, to all my colleagues, for just being just open to having different types of discussions in public. And sometimes we will disagree on issues, but I think in the end, we all have these very long-term relationships that allow us to keep making the right decisions for the city. And so I do appreciate you spending these additional hours. I think today there was some really great projects and required more discussion, but look forward to continuing to have very productive meetings as we move forward.
Councilmember Rodriguez.
Yes, I just want to quickly say thank you to staff for your reports tonight, for preparing this agenda, and for moving the city forward every day. Thank you to my colleagues for a robust discussion tonight. I look forward to working through these challenges and really awesome opportunities together moving forward. Thank you to my partner, whose help makes it possible for me to be here with you going on 6 hours and put my baby to bed for me. And in closing, I just wanted to send my thoughts and prayers to Councilman Pacheco, to our city employees, and to everyone else who has tested positive. It's really trying, not only physically, but mentally. And so I just want to, recognize that they're in our thoughts and prayers, and we hope that everyone is okay. Thank you.
Vice Mayor.
I have no committee updates, but I would like to acknowledge the staff for the virtual tree lighting event that we had. The event was well received by the residents, and I'd like to thank the staff for the work they did in getting the event together without a hitch. It was received, everyone really enjoyed it. I love the pictures at the beginning of the video. Santa, Nick, they all did a great job. And in particular, I want to particularly acknowledge the Master Mariachi Apprentice Program and the kids that participated in that. They did a great job, and they had rave reviews and comments all over the place. It was just fantastic. And the staff and the instructors and the mentors that worked with them, they did a very well job. It was a well put together performance by them. So congratulations to them on a job well done. I'd also like to thank Mr. Kimball, the city manager, and all the department heads for the great job that they've done this past year, particularly during the time of COVID-19. You've demonstrated your dedication to the residents and the businesses this past year. And you got us through an unprecedented time in our lives while simultaneously handling your day-to-day operations of the city and obligations. So, a heartfelt thanks to all of you, because it's not easy. It's not easy trying to keep our community safe. Our merchants, working with our merchants, trying to helping them keep their businesses open as much as possible. It's not an easy task. Mr. Kimball, thank you for your leadership, and thank you for keeping us informed at all times, and for your guidance. And I trust your guidance, and I think you're just great. I can't say more. I'd also like to congratulate Mr. and Mrs. Galindo on their 73-year anniversary, and thank you. I'm so glad they were able to participate with us in the meeting. Also, for everyone, please stay safe and healthy. And also, it was great having our first meeting with our new council members. Look forward to working with you, and Happy New Year to everyone. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I'd like to say that I'm proud to say this is the first time since I have been a council member, starting in 2011, that we have an excellent city manager. I appreciate Nick and his commitment to our city. In 2011, we had our foot on bankruptcy, and he recommended the right financial decisions to pay off debt, improve our credit rating, focused on infrastructure repairs, and build a reserve. Nick also hired a great team of department heads. You are very important to the city, Nick. We really value you. I also want to express my respect and thanks to Tim for his good work and dedication to our city, and also to our city attorney, who is just a gem. And I really appreciate you, Richard. Thank you very much for your, wisdom. In closing, thank you to all department heads and staff. I appreciate each of you and your dedication to provide good service to our city. Happy New Year, be safe, and follow the Safer at Home order. And with that, we will adjourn to closed session. Gary gave me the signal, 15 more minutes is good, because he's going to take care of getting everything ready in the morning.
Do we log back into
15 minutes.
Do we log back into the original closed session?
No, go ahead. Julia, if you can just go ahead and end the broadcast on YouTube, and we can adjourn into closed session.